All right, we're back again from our short intermission. Madam Clerk, can you please take the roll?
It is now 7:43 p.m. Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Freitas. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 7:43 p.m.
All right, so I think I left off with Michelle Kuslitz from Antioch Friends of Animal Services coming up to say a couple words with anybody you'd like to about the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and citizens. On behalf of Antioch Animal Services, Antioch Friends of Animal Services is honored to accept the proclamation for Be Kind to Animals Month in the city of Antioch. We are grateful to have our own animal services here in the city, and we invite the public to be kind to animals throughout the year by supporting our local shelter animals through adoption, volunteerism, fostering, donations, sharing the animals on social media, and education. We have some wonderful pets available for adoption, and all fees, as you said, are waived throughout the month, which includes their spay and neuter, microchip, and vaccinations. Please visit www.24petconnect.com/Antioch Adoptable Pets to view availability, and please consider welcoming a new pet into your home. The staff and volunteers at Antioch Animal Services know the animals well and are happy to match you up with a great fit. The shelter is open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Additionally, kitten season is quickly in full swing. We'd like to invite all of you to attend the annual kitten shower at Antioch Animal Services this Saturday, May 17th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There will be a donation drive for much needed food and supplies, foster recruitment, kitten adoptions, games, and raffles. To learn more, please visit the Antioch Animal Services Facebook page along with their Amazon wish list for much needed donations to help the kittens, and be sure to follow Antioch Friends of Animal Services Facebook page as well. Thank you again for the proclamation and recognizing our precious animal friends here in the city of Antioch.
Thank you. All right, our next proclamation is for Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2025, whereas mental health is essential to the overall health and well-being of all people, and emotional wellness plays a critical role in personal development, healthy relationships, and the prosperity of our communities. Whereas 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youth experience a mental health condition in any given year, yet many go without support due to stigma, lack of access, or fear of judgment. Whereas the City of Antioch recognizes that mental health challenges do not discriminate and impact individuals of all ages, races, genders, socioeconomic backgrounds, and walks of life. Whereas Antioch is committed to fostering a community that promotes mental wellness, early intervention, access to care, and recovery support, especially for those most impacted by trauma, adverse childhood experiences, violence, inequity, and systemic barriers. Whereas we acknowledge the importance of community-wide efforts, including schools, families, faith-based organizations, service providers, and local government to raise awareness, dismantle stigma, and expand resources for all residents. Whereas the City of Antioch recognizes that mental health is essential to overall health and well-being, and that unaddressed mental health conditions can result in serious consequences for individuals, families, and the broader community. Whereas promoting mental health awareness, expanding access to care, and supporting early intervention and recovery are critical to ensuring the safety, prosperity, and resilience of our community. And whereas during Mental Health Awareness Month, we join cities across the nation in uplifting hope, educating the public, and affirming that no one should struggle in silence. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 and each following May to be Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Antioch. Thank you. Is Terry Brown Garrett from the Family Justice Center here to receive this proclamation?
Hello, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Terry Brown Garrett. I am the FJC Center Director for East County. On behalf of the Family Justice Center, I want to express our sincere gratitude for this proclamation. Recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month is an honor to stand here tonight and accept this on behalf of our team and our many survivors and the families that we serve throughout East County and Contra Costa County. At the Family Justice Center, we believe that mental health is an essential part of healing and justice. Every day, our navigators and our partners work side by side with individuals who have experienced trauma, violence, and housing instability. This proclamation is a meaningful reminder that healing requires community policies, support, and compassion. I also wanted to take a moment to share a special announcement. We are excited to announce that we will be starting a brand new cohort, actually tomorrow, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. At our FJC site. It's called Mind, Power, and Action. This initiative focuses on building emotional resilience and leadership skills among the African American youth in our community. We work with survivors by empowering them to reclaim their stories, transform their points and their pain and their purposes. We are proud to say that, again, we will be offering this cohort at our own site at the Family Justice Center in Antioch tomorrow, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And again, I want to thank you for recognizing us and your ongoing support of work that's being done across our cities and for prioritizing wellness, safety, and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and our last proclamation for tonight is National Public Works Week. Whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. Whereas the support of an informal citizenry is vital to the efficient administration and operation of the city's public works system and programs, which include water production, water treatment, water distribution, sewer, stormwater, NPDES, streets, parks, medians, and open spaces, capital improvement program, land development services, traffic engineering, public buildings, marina, fleet, and geographic information systems. Whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, whereas the quality and effectiveness of the operation and maintenance of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works professionals. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, I, Ron Burnell, Mayor of the City of Antioch, do hereby proclaim May 18th to May 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week in the City of Antioch, and I call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works professionals make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Is Public Works Director and City Engineer Scott Bunting here along with some Public Works folks? Or Public Works and their son?
Future Public Works. Mayor, City Council, thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Eric Strongman. He's our lead facility maintenance worker and a future City of Antioch employee.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Hello, members of the council, mayor, directors, managers, and community. My name is Eric Strongman. I'm the president of the Antioch Public Works Employees Association, and like Scott said, this is my son, RJ. Thank you for this proclamation, and on behalf of the Antioch Public Works Employees Association, we thank you for the acknowledgement. Public Works Week is a time to acknowledge the vital contributions of our public works professionals who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure our community runs smoothly and effectively. This recognition reflects our commitment to maintaining and improving the infrastructure that supports the quality of life in our city. It's our opportunity to celebrate not only the dedicated men in my unit, but also all the men and women in our public works team here in the city who work hard, whose hard work and determination keeps Antioch running. As we observe Public Works Week, let us remember the importance of public works services and the impact that they have on our everyday lives. Together, we continue to strive for excellence, innovation, and sustainability in all of our projects at Public Works. Thank you once again for this honor, and thank you for your continued support for our work and mission. Let's work together to build a brighter and better community for all. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. I see our former Public Works Director, City Engineer Stan Davis out there in the audience, who from the early 1960s until I think it was 1997 or so was our Public Works Director and City Engineer, and a lot of what we see in our city was a responsibility, or Stan was responsible for. So it's good seeing you, Stan. If we could go down, we're going to start with the, yeah. Yeah, Stan's always been a fan favorite. So we'll start with the animals, Be Kind to Animals Month, and then we'll do the other proclamations.
Okay. We have a lot. I'm actually going to ask everyone to take 4 steps to your left. 4 steps to the left? Yes. That's good. I always overcount just to be sure. All right, are we ready? All right, hold for me. Hold. Okay. Thank you. Sure. Don't forget your phone. All right, here we go. Two phones. Great, thank you. Yeah. We'll work something out where it'll be online so people can download their photos. We're getting there. All right. Ready? All right, thank you.
All right, we're on to item number 2, civic and community events. Do we have anybody to speak on that tonight?
We have one speaker card. I don't know who's doing the Memorial Day ceremony presentation, though. Oh, here.
I'm here.
Ms. Velma
Okay.
Wilson is going to do the Memorial Day announcement.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council, and you, the community at large. Memorial Day commemoration and community celebration. The Delta Veterans Group, in collaboration with the Oakview Memorial Park and the City of Antioch, is proud to host our annual Memorial Day commemoration, a heartfelt and meaningful event dedicated to honoring the brave men and women who have served, sacrificed, and given the ultimate gift for our freedom. We invite all community members, families, veterans, and friends to join us in paying tribute to those who have made profound sacrifices to protect our nation. Mark your calendars for Monday, May 26, 2025, and plan to arrive early as the festivities begin at 10 a.m. at Oakview Memorial Park, located at 2500 East 18th Street in the city of Antioch. This solemn occasion will feature a moving ceremony that includes patriotic music, moments of silence, heartfelt speeches from community leaders and veterans, and the laying of wreaths to honor our fallen heroes. It's a time for reflection, gratitude, and remembrance as we come together as one community with one clear message to recognize the sacrifices made by generations of service members. I stand here proudly as a daughter of the Vietnam War who served in the Army, as a mom who served in the U.S. Air Force, my son. My twin sister served in the U.S. Navy. I come from a line of family who served this country to protect our freedoms that we sometimes even take for granted. Some didn't come home. I reflect on all the men and women who are laying currently right now in Arlington National Cemetery that never got freedom because they were forced in to serve this country, protecting freedom, and never were even identified because they were slaves. In addition to the formal ceremony, we are pleased to host a pancake breakfast prior to the memorial service. That pancake breakfast will start at 8 a.m. This breakfast is generously sponsored by the Antioch Rivertown Veterans Lions Club and provides a warm, inviting atmosphere for all, let me say that again, for all community members to gather, enjoy a delicious meal, and connect before the day's event. Whether you're a family looking to start the day together or an individual wishing to honor our veterans and fallen heroes, the breakfast offers a perfect opportunity for camaraderie and community spirit. Following the ceremony, we invite everyone, all of our veterans and our community, to celebrate with a complimentary free lunch hosted by the VFW located on Fulton Shipyard. This post-ceremony gathering is designed to foster fellowship, gratitude, and appreciation for our veterans and their families. It's a chance to relax, enjoy some good food, and share stories with fellow community members who share a common love and respect for all the men and women who served. Again, this event is open to all. I know JR is going to choke me, but I do want to make sure and say to each and every last one of you that is sitting on the dais as an elected official, our council, our city clerk, please make sure you come out. Show our veterans community that you think about them. It's unfortunate that one of the largest population of our unhoused community members actually serve this country. Let us do better. Stand Down on the Delta is coming up. You'll hear more of that at the Memorial Day commemoration. We invite our local organizations, our schools, our churches, businesses to participate. Whether you're volunteering, providing resources, donating your time, your talent, financial resources, and just simply spreading the word. Together, we can make this Memorial Day a memorial, a memorable and an impactful day of remembrance. We gather together to honor our fallen, reflect on their sacrifices, and celebrate their legacy. Again, I am legacy. Please come and let's hear all of our speeches. Let's hear some of our veterans. And let's make sure we do our part to recognize all of our fallen heroes that served this country, and some never even got a thank you. For more information or know how you can get involved and to participate, you can reach out to me, or you can also reach out to the city of Antioch, to our Parks and Rec, Shahad Wright, who apologizes. He had something else come up. He was not able to be here tonight. Or you can reach out to deltaveteransgroup.org, and there is a link there to get more information. Thank you again, and let us honor again all of those who've given so much of our freedom by paying the ultimate price. They gave their life. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Good evening. If you are interested in buying a home in Antioch for the first time, this is an announcement for you. The City of Antioch is offering a low to moderate income first-time home buyer program. The free, I'll repeat, the free introductory workshop in partnership with Bay Area Affordable Homeownership Alliance will be held on May 22nd from 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. Those who wish to participate must register for the workshop no later than 7 p.m. Wednesday, May 21st. To register, please visit myhomegateway.org. Again, that's myhomegateway.org. The flyers are on the table outside of the chambers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other?
We have, it looks like the chief wanted to. Okay. Gavin has a speaker card in, yes. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Vio. So, hello, Antioch City Council. We are coming to you because we have more flyers for our choir and praise dance competition for Juneteenth. It is very crucial that we celebrate Juneteenth because of the impact it has. And that we wouldn't be having any organization if it wasn't for Juneteenth, if it wasn't for the Underground Railroad, which was the start of it all. It took us many no's to get one yes. It took us long. We went from we went down to the Underground Railroad, to all the way down to the NAACP, all the way down to the Black Panther Party, building Black political power, and now we have a thriving community of Black-owned businesses. Now we have the power to stand up. We have the power to actually fight. We have the power to actually vote. The youth still need a voice. We are not only honoring those who have also served in the Civil War, but also honoring the fact that we as a community need to come together after we are still being oppressed and still being treated down. If you care, come out and support and celebrate Juneteenth. Don't be against it, because we all know what some people's objectives is, but our objective is not hate, unlike some. Ours is about love and community. That's who we are first. We are community first. We are family first. We need to do better, and we need to show up for each other when we have events. So I would love it if you guys will all be there and get your tickets, because there's nothing like the here and now to make this better. Let's make us better. Let's be better people. It's about time that we just sit back and celebrate each other. Thank you.
Excuse me, Gavin, what's the location and time for the event?
The location is at True Light Missionary Baptist Church, and it's at 2:30 p.m. on June 21st.
All right, thank you.
Pittsburgh.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I just want to share two things. Antioch Police Activities League, which does a lot of fundraising for youth sports in and around the city, is hosting this Friday night Texas Hold'em poker tournament for a fundraiser. So if anybody wants some details, I'll be standing in the back. I can text you. I can email you the flyer with the information. Also, Saturday, May 24th at 10 o'clock at the Antioch Police Department, we are hosting a bicycle rodeo. We have some grants from the Office of Traffic Safety, Smart Streets, and Target has donated some bicycles and equipment that we'll be giving away. Out in front of the police department, we'll have bounce houses, obstacle courses, so come out, bring your bikes, bring your kids. I'll be out there on my big ripper if anyone wants to race.
All right. Do we have any public comments?
We only had one, and that was Gavin.
Okay. Hold on. We wanted to make an announcement here.
Okay.
27th, 3 o'clock. Yes, that's what I have as well. All right.
My name is Jose Cordon. Pleasure to be here. I actually wanted to talk about something else, but since I missed that time, I'll invite you to our open mic, our poetry open mic, the last Friday of every month. I believe it'll be the 30th this month. Right now, it's currently being held at the Wellness Healing Room right up the street. We've been going strong for about 3 years now. It's a beautiful time. The water's free. The wine is too. And we hope to see you there. The poetry will move you. And it's a great space to be in if you haven't been there before. Hope to see you there. Have a good one.
Thank you, Jose. All right. And we just wanted to announce that Chief Vihill's swearing in will be on Tuesday, May the 27th at Antioch Police Department at 3 o'clock p.m. So that is the date. Just want to let you all know that having a police chief is and a permanent police chief is really a big deal, and we want to make sure that we celebrate that and show our support for our new chief. So that hopefully you can make it out on that. Thank you. All right, we are now on to announcements of board and commission openings.
We have one opening on the Board of Administrative Appeals. We have two partial term vacancies expiring March 2028 on the Board of Administrative Appeals and one alternate 2-year term vacancy. The deadline to apply for this is Friday, May 16th at 5 o'clock p.m. Please return your completed application by email to cityclerk@antiochca.gov. You can also drop off the application in the water billing drop-off box outside of Antioch City Hall.
All right, thank you. Now on to City Council committee reports and communications. Councilmember Freitas.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one of the things that I think is important for the city of Antioch, that City Council member Tamisha Torres Walker and I undertook, and it deals with the Carnegie Library that is located in Antioch. And many people in this room probably don't even know where the Carnegie Library really is. For us who have lived in this community our whole life, it was the library growing up. And it just so happened on Facebook, something came up about Andrew Carnegie. He sold his steel empire in 1901 for $303 million. And he built 2,509 free libraries worldwide. Antioch is one of the few communities that has a Carnegie library still in existence. He was inspired by books that he read as a poor immigrant child. He also gave 90% of his fortune before dying in 1919. And so we had the opportunity, Commissioner Torres Walker and myself, to go and look at the Carnegie Library about 2.5 weeks ago. And part of our reason is, well, how can we repurpose this building? Let's not lose it, because frankly, it's been used for years for storage. And so we attended, and Park and Recreation Interim Director Wright was with us as we walked in. And the idea is to create a meeting place as well as a cultural center. And so I think that we would both say that it was a very positive experience. They've done some wonderful work outside the building as well as the roof. And so, you know, we'd like to come back to the City Council in the future and see about rehabilitating this building and using it as a true community meeting room with some cultural displays to inform the public about our history and our background. So I was very happy with the tour, and it's exciting that we may be able to repurpose this for the entire community, because meeting rooms, particularly for nonprofits or civic groups, is very, very difficult in this city. So this would provide the opportunity for people to come to the downtown, to come to the Carnegie, library, and to hopefully see what the downtown has to offer, which is a lot. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Just want to thank my local historian, Andrew Becker, for I wouldn't have known about the Carnegie Library or a lot of what I know about Antioch's history if it wasn't for residents like Andrew being thoughtful of Antioch's past and history, but also having conversations around how can we not just allow that historical context to dilapidate in our community, right? To just grow weeds up around it and use it for storage. How can we reactivate those spaces to honor the history of Antioch, the Ohlone people, the Bay-Miwok peoples, the original descendants of this land, but also the rich cultural history, our diverse culture right now, and also provide places for people to meet. And so I'm excited about this. I've been trying to get in there for 2 years now, and finally to get to walk around. I also want to thank city staff. I think it's Public Works. You would never know from the outside of that building that it's being used for storage, because it's so beautiful just in the exterior. The upkeep, the landscaping is so beautiful, and I think making the inside as beautiful as the outside is something that we can all enjoy as a community is important. And I hope we can have conversations about more historical spaces in this city and bring those things to bear for the community to enjoy, like we need more third spaces in our community. So I'm excited about possibly being able to undertake this.
And just one other item with regards to Tri-Delta, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and I serve on that, and at our last meeting, they indicated that they're going to be changing routes throughout all of eastern Contra Costa County. And so I want to give a heads up to the public who uses public transit that there will be changes coming. We just had the initial presentation, and we'll have more information as we come forward. But for those who are using public transit, some of your routes are going to change. I think the recommendations that are coming forth will make your experience better, quicker, and hopefully not more expensive. So we'll have more information in the future.
Councilmember Torres Walker, did you have anything else to add?
So none of my committees have met recently, but I did get an opportunity to attend the inspirational inspirational women event in San Francisco with Councilwoman Wilson, City Manager Scott, Supervisor Burgess. I know she would like people to say her name correctly. And a couple other people, just to kind of network and meet folks and create new avenues for the city of Antioch. And while I was there, I got an opportunity to run into the former acting mayor of Oakland. And he reminded me of a conversation that this council had 2 years ago around blighted properties and the potential of doing like being able to tax people for vacant properties in the city, and he reminded me of that. And we made a lot of other great networks around urban farming and other things. So hopefully we get to bring some more of those relationships to the city of Antioch, to be able to hold absentee property owners accountable, not just commercial, but also residential, and also have more conversations around how to create those third spaces in the city around farmers markets and urban farms. May 16th at 9:30 a.m. in Martinez, I will be attending the Green Empowerment Zone meeting. May 19th at 1:30 p.m., the City and School Standing Committee will be meeting. That will be at the district office up the street from here. Again, that's May 18th, 1:30 p.m. City and School Standing Committee meeting at the district office. If you can make that meeting, it is a public meeting. And May 21st at 9 a.m., CDBG, which myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha sit on the CDBG and the School Standing Committee. Well, CDBG will be meeting May 21st at 9 a.m. Right here in the City Council chambers. So May 16th, Martinez, May 19th, District Office 1:30, May 21st, 9 a.m. here for CDBG, and potentially any other special meetings that's gonna be happening this month because we've been meeting nonstop. So those are the updates that I have. I do want to thank everybody who wished me a happy birthday. Yesterday was my birthday. Super excited. Want to thank staff and everybody, and the cake was delicious. I also want to thank Public Works. I live on Cavallo and Gary Avenue, and I finally seen a stop sign go up. I always thought that Cavallo and Gary was supposed to be a four-way stop sign. I always felt like it because it's a school right there, and when you cross in the street, it's kind of crazy. So when I saw Public Works out there painting the crosswalk and putting up the stop sign, I was so grateful to be able to slow traffic down in that area. Now we just need residents to get, used to it. So we're gonna be running a couple stop signs until we get used to it, but I'm grateful to have it there. So I want to thank all of Public Works for making that happen. I turned 43 on Monday, and it reminded me, I joined this council. I ran for this council when I was 37. I won office when I was 38. I was sworn in at 38, and now I'm 43. And I have gray hair. Okay. But I'm saying all that to say is that I want to encourage more young people to get involved in local government and run for office, and run for commission appointments and apply to serve your community. I never would have saw myself serving in this capacity because I'm very much an activist and organizer. But from 38 years old to now, I've learned a lot about governance and also a lot about the city of Antioch. And so I've just been grateful to serve for this time and happy to like live another year in a community with people who want to see change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Yes, none of my committees met. Delta Diablo has a meeting this coming Thursday. Last week, myself, City Manager Bessie, and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha, along with Chief Addington and Chief Vigil, there was a big contingent from Antioch in Washington, D.C. last week, and it gave us an opportunity to go meet with different departments and our representatives, one, to get to know us, and two, to get some funding. We need some funding. And so we were able to meet with Department of Housing, which also includes HUD. We had some great conversations about neighborhood revitalization strategy. We also learned that we are leaving a lot of money on the table, so we're gonna tap into a lot of funding that we have overlooked in the past, and hopefully get funding in here around housing, especially inclusionary housing, low-income housing, the housing that Ms. Case was talking about earlier today. So that was a really exciting opportunity to hear about that. We also heard about a couple of programs. There's one program called PRICE, where we can get funding to help with modular housing. And so when they had that conversation, I did say we did have 3 mobile home parks in our city, and they said that those communities are eligible for this particular funding. So I know myself and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha are looking into trying to get that funding here to help those community out. We also we're also looking at funding for the Amtrak station. We talked about, U.S. Department of Housing. We also met with the Department of Transportation. They were very interested in what we were working on with the updates on the Amtrak station. They were very interested in funding projects that are shovel-ready like now. So they really wanted to hear what projects we were working on, how they can help with us. They have something called a build grant that is around multimodal housing or multimodal transportation, so kind of a mix of housing and transportation sites. Talked about Safe Streets for All grants. Lots of grant opportunities that they discussed with us. We also had an opportunity to meet with both U.S. Senator Schiff and Padilla's office. They were really interested about hearing from Antioch. They really enjoyed meeting with us, want to know how they can help and how they can get some funding to us. We also met with both Congressman DeSaulnier and Garamendi. They too were really interested in helping. We were supposed to meet with the Department of Interior, but that didn't happen. We just ran out of time. We did have an opportunity to go meet with the Department of Justice. We had a great conversation. Both our chiefs had a great conversation around our agreement that's going on, and they really were very interested in how Antioch is progressing. So it was great. It was a great 2 days. It was 48 hours that we were there and were able to get that accomplished. So really excited about these grant opportunities, funding opportunities, and about the money that we were leaving on the table. So hopefully we'll be back in the next couple of meetings to report out on that. So I know if I left anything out, Mayor Pro Tem Rocha will cover that. Councilmember Torres Walker talked about the 25 influential women dinner we went to. There were a lot of organizations we got to speak with. We did make connections with the Golden State Valkyries, the new WNBA team, so they're very interested in connecting and getting to know what's going on in Antioch. Also, let me go back to back to our DC trip. Department of Transportation said we may be eligible for funding when major events happen in the Bay Area because it impacts our community as well, in particular FIFA coming out, soccer coming out here in the next year or two, that we may be eligible for funds because of the impact that will happen. Although we're far, we're not as close, but it still will impact our city, so we'll keep you updated on that. So that's all I have to report out on.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Well, actually, the standing committees that I sit on with Councilman Freitas and Torres Walker, and then the trip with Councilman Wilson. They shared most of what I had in my notes. One thing that to go along with this, with our community development block grant, the meeting that we're having on May 21st. We have applications that are proceeding forward for funding that we'll be looking at. And one of the things that we learned, very similar to what Councilman Wilson just shared, was that one thing that we did learn was that as we proceed forward, we generally receive about $850,000 annually for the community development block grants. And they're really, earmarked for low income, helping our most needy families, youth, and our seniors. But what I didn't know, which was it was good that we made these contacts, was that we can leverage that funding to borrow up to 5 times the amount to take on some projects that our city really needs. So it was really nice to hear from legislators that there are ways in which we can strategize utilizing previous funding to borrow or to move forward with leveraging for future years to come. So we came away with some contacts with leaders, with their representatives, and also looking at ways that we can potentially invest in our community that we've been talking about. But like you said, there's been some funds that have been readily available that we just didn't know about or didn't talk to the right people or get the right information. Another program they talked about, which was a similar, I think you might have said it, is the NRSA. That stands for Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Area. And it's like they kind of said, like, you can circle a part of your city that's greatly in the most need, and that you can target the funding to go to that area. So there's different things that we might be able to do as a city council, working with our legislators. I know we're planning on going to Sacramento to meet with assembly members and so forth to talk about locally here in California. There's a lot of Senate bills, a number of issues that are going before a vote in the next week or two. So there'll be a lot of things coming up. And then finally, I'd just like to say, in honor of our veterans, one of the events, my mom happens to be a member of the Antioch Women's Club, and she wanted me to share with the community that they're inviting, the Women's Club is inviting veterans for a free coffee social. It's going to be on every Friday starting May 23rd, and it's going to be from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So on Friday, May 23rd, all veterans are welcome to come down and have a coffee social to meet and greet some of their colleagues, friends, and veterans that have served along with them, or maybe they have some connections they can make. And that's going to be supported by the Antioch Women's Club at the VFW on Wilbur Avenue, 10 to 12, starting Friday, May 23rd. It'll be every Friday after that. So it'll be a lead into Memorial Day. So I just wanted to share that.
All right, thank you. Several boards met. Transplant Board met last week. I was at the mayor's conference where East Bay Mud made a presentation. They have serious infrastructure challenges that are increasing their rates. So they made a presentation. I'm on the county transportation plan, Contra Costa County Countywide Transportation Plan Ad Hoc, which is part of the CCTA board. I was appointed to that, and so we're looking at the plan for Contra Costa that's going to go out to 2050 and will be the basis for whatever sales tax measure is promoted probably in 2028 to work on transit and transportation improvements in Contra Costa County. Attended the Rivertown Wine Walk and Artisan Fair, which was really cool, really good turnout. So it was a beautiful day downtown. Also stopped by the Antioch High School Festival open house that they had, which was really a cool event for, they took it out into the courtyard. There was all kinds of cultural dancing and booths. It was really a nice event. And then also attended the Delta 6 regional, Delta 6, which is the mayors of Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, and Pittsburgh, and supervisors Chanel and Diane and their chief of staffs. And so we talked about a lot of different issues that impact us regionally. I brought up the issue of homelessness and the fact that we need to begin talking as a region about the homelessness and how it impacts all of us, being that Antioch seems to be kind of ground zero for homelessness, and we need everybody to participate in whatever we're going to be doing to address that. So that was a few things that I attended. As far as mayor's comments, I'm going to keep these brief, but I attended the swearing in today for 8 new police officers in Antioch. Officers Ahmed, Campos, Jennings, Horacio, Ortiz, Reynolds, Rollins, Cerna. And so that was held down at Nick Rodriguez, because I think there was something else going on at PD. It was great to see 8 young men that are now part of our police department, our police force. We're now at 87 sworn police officers. Chief Vigil, I want to thank Chief Vigil and Ana Cortez for all of their hard work and pushing people through the process and getting people up and going. And so that's very encouraging that we have a lot of folks who are interested, police officers, lateral officers, and new officers, in coming to the city of Antioch and making this a place where they want to start their career or continue their career. Also, just want to mention that we are in the middle of our budget process, and it's probably the thing I think of the most, frankly, until we adopt it in June. And we've started with a large deficit that we've been working towards trying to reduce down to something that is closer to balanced. One of the commitments that we have made as a council, or one of our priorities, I should say, is to have a fully staffed police department, which currently stands or would stand at 117 officers when fully staffed, and the community service officers and the staffing of that. That's going to help us with our public safety. We have a lot of other programs that are currently being offered to the city. All of them are important to the city, to our community, but we don't have money for all of everything that we're doing in the city. And so that will be a discussion we'll be having on May the 20th to talk about what we're going to be doing as far as giving some pretty clear direction to our city staff on how we're going to be working on that budget deficit. And so you're all invited to attend that, and just wanted to make you aware of that. So also just want to mention that we've had 9 budget study sessions now, so the one on the 20th will be the 10th. So we have definitely, as a city, and staff has put in a ton of work, and I want to thank them for it, have put in a lot of time to make sure that we are as well informed as a council and as a community as we can be, so that when we do make decisions, they are made from a place of understanding as well as we can what is being done to serve our community, what will be the impacts if some of those things happen to go away, and then it's going to be difficult, but I'm confident that the council will be able to do it together as a team. So thank you for that. We are now to presentation. Item number 4, the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District Update, presented by Public Affairs Director Nola Woods. Welcome, Nola.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you tonight. And I did want to give you an update as well as a little information about ourselves for all the constituents here who may not know who we are and what we do. Oh, thank you. Wonderful. So I, again, like to thank you very much for inviting me here tonight. I am with the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm here today to share with you information about who we are, what we do as a public health agency, and the fact that we detected a dangerous mosquito that is not native to California here in Antioch last year, and I'm disappointed to say we have found it again this year. So I will explain about that and what every resident of Antioch can do to reduce the risk of this dangerous mosquito. So just a little history about us really quickly. Back in 1926, in the 20s, as a matter of fact, the problems with mosquitoes in areas like Antioch, other communities that are close to water, was so bad that they literally closed schools and businesses. They couldn't sell homes. It was terrible. At that same time, scientists were learning that mosquitoes could transmit the pathogens that cause disease in human beings. And so the people of Contra Costa County, I always say, were very forward-thinking, because in 1926, they voted to create the Contra Costa Mosquito Abatement District as a public health agency and as a standalone separate from county government. So we were set up that way when we opened our doors in 1927. And if you do the math really quickly, you know we're 2 years away from our 100th anniversary serving the people of Contra Costa County as a public health agency. And you will get to hear more of that in the next 2 years. So you know that our name is the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District, not Mosquito Abatement District. When did that change? Well, it changed in 1993 when Contra Costa County, the Board of Supervisors, voted to move the county's vector control program to our district. That's when we changed our name to the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District because we provide more services, more public health services to Contra Costa County residents. As I mentioned, we are a special district independent of county government. We have 35 full-time employees who go out and serve the people of Contra Costa County, and that is our jurisdiction, all of Contra Costa County. Our funding is through property taxes and benefit assessment. So there is no additional charge when a Contra Costa County resident requests one of our public health services at their county residence. There's no additional charge because they already pay for us through their property taxes and benefit assessment. So folks will ask, what is a vector? A vector is any insect or other animal that can transmit harm or cause discomfort to people or transmit disease to another animal or people. In the context of the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District, that really gives you the definition you need to know why we're a public health agency. We work to prevent the insects and other animals that can hurt you or make you sick. So these are the services that we provide, public health services we provide to Contra Costa County residents. We provide mosquitoes inspections, including if folks have a water feature on their property and they would like mosquito-eating fish, we go out, we inspect that water feature. If it's appropriate to the fish, we will place the fish in that water feature. We do inspection and advice for both rats and mice and skunks. Rats and mice can transmit a number of bacteria and viral diseases through their excrement, through their droppings and their nesting material. And skunks are the #2 animal in California for rabies. So we teach folks what to do to keep their properties clear of them, to work to prevent them from even accessing your property to begin with. Okay, when it comes to mosquitoes, believe it or not, we have 23 established species of mosquitoes just in Contra Costa County. There are 2 of those species are very efficient at transmitting West Nile virus, and we are, again, in West Nile virus season because West Nile virus is endemic in California and Contra Costa County. It comes back every single year. West Nile mosquitoes prefer to lay their eggs in backyard sources. So it's really, really important to dump out any amount of standing water on your property to prevent mosquitoes. Aedes aegypti is the yellow fever mosquito. This is a mosquito that came to California, not native to California, but came to California with its eggs stuck to plant saucers more than 10 years ago. They're widespread in Southern California and through Central California because people will move with them and not even know it. We detected these mosquitoes in Martinez back in 2022. We were very fortunate. It was a very small area. We were able to control them. We detected them again last year in Concord at a cemetery, in the cemetery vases. And we work with the cemeteries all over Contra Costa County to replace water with sand because water can produce mosquitoes. Then we detected them in late September of last year here in Antioch. These mosquitoes, as I mentioned, their common name is the yellow fever mosquito. These mosquitoes can transmit the viruses that cause dengue fever and Zika and yellow fever and chikungunya. They're nothing too make fun of or disregard because they are very dangerous mosquitoes. They can lay their eggs in something as small as a water bottle lid. So that's why any amount of standing water, dump it out once a week, really, really important to reduce the risk of these mosquitoes because they are quite dangerous, because not only can they transmit these diseases, they can transmit the viruses that cause, as I said, dengue fever, yellow fever, Zika, and chikungunya. They also, unlike West Nile virus, one of the things to remember with West Nile virus is a human being is actually a dead-end host. If an infected mosquito bites a person with West Nile, giving them West Nile virus, another mosquito cannot come back and bite that person, become infected, and spread it to anyone else. These mosquitoes, very different. We're seeing local transmission of dengue fever now in Southern California. We don't want to see it here. We don't want this mosquito to become established here. This picture right here, see these little black dots on the top of this planter? Those are mosquito eggs. These mosquitoes lay sticky individual eggs that will stick to whatever they lay them on, and that's how they've spread around California, namely without people even knowing they were spreading, because they were stuck to plant saucers and buckets and other backyard things that can hold any amount of water. And then when they moved to a new area, they brought them with them. So it's really, really important that folks dump out any amount of standing water to prevent these mosquitoes. This is the California Department of Public Health map of where these mosquitoes are now present in California. And as I was just talking about people unknowingly taking them with them because the eggs are stuck to outdoor things that they have in their outdoor, like potted plants and buckets and toys and tools, and people move from place to place. Well, as you can see, it looks like it went kind of right up the 5. And we see in Southern California and Central California, this mosquito is widespread. In fact, in 24 counties across California. So I'm not here to scare you. I want to empower you to dump out standing water, any amount, to prevent this mosquito. What can you do as the city council here in Antioch, where we found them? Talk to your constituents. Share this information with them. Let them know there's a public health agency that will help them reduce the risk of these mosquitoes. But that's really important to talk about it, make sure people know about it, and know that we are out working to prevent this mosquito. We have gone door to door last year looking for sources of these mosquitoes in the area where we found them. The area was, at that time, between Lone Tree and Hillcrest, south of Highway 4. That is the area where we found them. And as we continue to trap adult mosquitoes, find more evidence, everywhere we looked, we continued to find them. So it's really important that folks take this seriously. And when you have the opportunity to talk to your constituents, please share this with them, because it's really simple to dump out any amount of standing water once a week. One of the ways you can find out what's going on with these mosquitoes and other mosquitoes in Contra Costa County, subscribe to our different notifications. We provide a notification if we're going to be out conducting adult mosquito control or larval mosquito control. Dealing with the young mosquitoes is really critically important with this particular mosquito especially. We provide news releases to let folks know what's happening when we find these mosquitoes, or we have evidence of West Nile in Contra Costa County. We have a newsletter, which I was just writing earlier today, that we put out once a month to make for sure folks know what is going on with the vectors of disease or harm appropriate to May or June or July and year round. And we have brochures on our website. We can provide brochures. If you're speaking to a group and want any information about us, we can provide that to you. This is our district right now. We actually today moved out of our district because we found some issues in the building that needed a lot of repair. So we are in a rental facility for about a year and a half until that 100th anniversary. But we are still providing our public health services, and folks can still bring their samples of biting and stinging insects to us at our new location, which I will be sharing in our newsletter, hopefully tomorrow or the next day. So I want to thank you again so much for having me come tonight to talk about this. It's very important that folks know we're getting out, we're getting information into the schools. We're going to be sending postcards to folks, letting them know what they can do to prevent this very dangerous mosquito. So thank you again. If you have any questions for me, I will do my best to answer them.
Sure, thank you, Nola. I'm going to ask for public comments first, and then we can ask questions.
Sounds good.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do. Leslie is nodding her head that she would like to speak. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions. What is going on? Okay. Number one is I have like 40 pots, groceries and stuff. I like to grow everything. So I'm afraid now because I water my yard. I turn on my waters in water, you know, so it's not like there's a bunch of water in there, but it's just enough to get the stuff to grow. I'm worried about, would that attract them? That's one question. I want to know is there a possibility that we could spray, like in some areas when I lived in Livermore, they sprayed. I have a dear friend who she's a young woman, rented her house from, and her husband, they were a young couple. And they had their first baby, and he was in the backyard doing something. They were correctional officers in San Francisco, and a mosquito bit him. Within 48 hours, he was dead with the West Nile virus and left her with a 1.5-month-old baby. So I know that will kill you, and could kill a person quickly. And this was a healthy man. So I'm wondering about, can we spray all of Antioch with the, you know how they have the planes go out there and spray this? And then the people who won't dump their water, I want to, you know, we're crying about budget. We need to find them some big money. I'm not talking about $500 the first time. No, you got to drain that sucker. And if you don't drain, that's $1,500, whatever the case. If they don't call and ask for the mosquito fish or whatever else they need to do to keep that water off, then they need to do it and dump the water. I mean, that's simple. That's something simple. But if you're that lazy, then start hitting them with some big fines, because this is ridiculous that we should all be out here suffering because some people are selfish. I want waterfalls in my backyard and the water be trickling and all that mess. This is a crisis. So that's my questions. Thank you. I'm not getting rid of my plants. That's my groceries. I grow food and then other pretty plants. I'm not getting rid of my plants, not for the city of Antioch.
All right.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you to get rid of your plants, but the plant saucer underneath, that's the trouble.
Oh, I don't have those.
That's good. Okay, if you just get the water going through, you're okay. But just, you know, make sure there's no standing water. If you don't have that, you'd be okay.
Will Clorox wipes clean the inside of the pot underneath the lid? Those black things.
So you can, if you get a scrubby sponge and put some soap on it and scrub that once a week.
Excuse me, Nola.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
I do not have any speaker cards.
Does council have any questions or comments?
I just need clarification. Thank you for the presentation. So much for the presentation. I did not see raccoons on there.
I cannot talk about things for which we do not provide service.
Okay, all right, so no raccoons.
But animal
Great.
services may be able to help
Okay.
you on that.
'Cause
There's
it's-
actually,
it's a-
the UC Davis has an IPM, Integrated Pest Management website that is phenomenal. So if you Google the UC Davis IPM website, I guarantee they will have information that will answer any question you have about that particular animal that you just mentioned that I can't speak about because we don't have any services for it.
Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation. And yes, skunks are an issue. Thank you for letting us know that we can actually call and get the service, not for free, but because we already paid
You
for
already
it.
paid for them, yes.
So, again, we're already paying for it. Please use the service if you need it. I know I will be calling. Thank you for coming back out.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much, Nola. I appreciate
Thank
your report. All right, we are moving on to item number 5, consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled or public comments?
I have 4 public comments for item J.
4 public comments for item J. All right, so can I please get a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item J?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0 to approve all items on the consent calendar except for item J.
All right, item J is consideration of bids for the neighborhood traffic calming project. Acting City Manager,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Helfenberger.
Yes, this item pertains to the rejection of the bid submitted by Consolidated Engineering Incorporated as non-responsive and awarding the construction agreement for the neighborhood traffic calming project to the lowest responsible and responsive and responsible bidder, B&M Civil LLC, and approving an agreement with B&M Civil LLC in the amount of $165,000. Director Bunting.
Mayor, City Council. On April 15th, 2025, 2 bids were received for the neighborhood traffic calming project. Project consists installing speed table, crosswalk, and speed hump systems on Gentrytown Drive, Desiree Boulevard, and Country Hills Drive. At the time the bids were open, the apparent low bid was submitted by Consolidated Engineering in the amount of $124,999. The contract documents and plans section within the invitation to bids included within the special provisions for this project state that all bidders must purchase a complete set of contract documents from BP Express Reprographics in order to be considered responsive. Consolidated Engineer did not purchase a complete set of contract documents from BP Express. Due to Consolidated Engineering failure to meet the requirements within the contract documents, staff recommends deeming Consolidated Engineering's bid as non-responsive and rejecting Consolidated Engineering's bid. Staff recommends awarding the contract for this project to the lowest responsive bidder, B&M Civil LLC, in the amount of $165,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding this.
We have
Public
4
comment.
speaker cards.
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Our first speaker is Melissa Case, followed by Leslie May and Erica Ralston.
So I'm only going to speak regarding the transparency demonstrated in this public bidding process. I thought it was thoughtfully explained and a model for how informing the public on tax dollars should be spent and handled. So I'm just doing this because I'm going to make another public comment on another item, and I want to use this as a contrast as transparency. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie May, followed by Eric Ralston and Myra.
Good evening, Council. I'm just kind of, I was hearing the areas that he said was going to be addressed, and I'm remembering that on almost 4 years ago, people were coming in here talking about James Donald. There were horrific accidents. My daughter and I witnessed a horrific accident over there. And at that time, there was somebody from this department who said that they were going to, Mike Barbanica was a council member at that time, and even he spoke up about the accidents. And they said that that was on the list to start next. James Dolan, then West 10th Street, and they had another street where they were supposed to do this traffic calming. So I am kind of perturbed, even though it hasn't, we need it where we live, but even though it hasn't gotten here, that something almost 4 years ago when they gave the streets, now it's changed. That is not fair. James Dolan is one of the most dangerous streets there is. My now deceased husband, my daughter's father, was hit so bad until he turned into a paraplegic. I mean, that's how bad he was. And he lived here trying to go home. So I'm just concerned that James Donlan is not on there. West 10th has been horrific accidents. That's now off of the list. So that's my comments.
Next speaker is Erica Ralston, followed by Myra.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what's getting on our nerves. Okay, so again, I have been one of those citizens that have been coming up complaining for the longest. And again, as I'm integrating off of what Leslie May just said, about the areas keep changing. We need to know what areas are they actually starting, because I know for a fact that we lived on West 9th, and we used to sit on our front porch and literally watch them do high-speed chases driving through the neighborhood and calling the dispatch and telling them, oh, there's a high-speed chase going through, or hailing helicopters and seeing them flying through the neighborhood, not stopping, because the stop signs are on the street on West 9th. Now we're on West 5th and J Street, and it's horrible. We literally yesterday heard the helicopters and saw them coming through the neighborhood. Whoosh, one police car, toosh, then the police, then the guy chasing, then 2, 3, 4 cars coming, and we're watching this on the front porch, going, "Damn, really?" And so I'm like, well, thank God the kids had just literally 10 minutes before they flew through the neighborhood, the kids had just got finished playing basketball on the street and riding their bikes. So I could, if 10 minutes later, that would have been a horrific accident had those kids been outside in the middle of the street like they were playing basketball like normal kids do in the neighborhood. Because we do have a lot of kids that live in the neighborhood, come home, ride their bikes, ride their scooters, ride their skateboards, play basketball in the neighborhood. And a lot of times we have to tell people, we literally sit on the porch and tell people, because we're on West 9th and J, slow down, hey, because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the traffic, so we need some kind of traffic device to get that. And then on the traffic coming off of West J and from L to J Street, that's even worse. We've literally seen people fly from West 2nd all the way flying down. And mind you, there's stop signs, but they'll fly through. And then all of a sudden we'll hear plash and a crash. We literally went and ran down the street and helped people from accidents over on West 6th because they keep flying down the street. So we need to do something, because J and West 6th, there's horrible accidents. And then the cars chasing, like I said, the car chasing. And then now, since the criminals know that the neighborhood is a cool neighborhood, they come and park. They go through the parking lots where the apartment complex are, and they hide in there because the police don't bother to go in there looking for them. And we're steady on the dispatch telling the people, hey, the guys you're looking for, they just pull into the parking lot over there, and they're parking in the apartment parking lot. And then now they're bringing cars, and we literally just got them the other day come and tow a car that someone had stolen and put it on the side of our house. So you guys got to do something about this, because it's getting ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Myra.
Hello. I too am off of West 5th and J. I'm gonna piggyback on what Miss Erica said. Those cars do zoom really, like they zoom on by, and then out of nowhere, like she said, boom, and then we're out of power. Like we have kids. So aside from that, we feel like we should have the traffic calming as well. So West 5th and J, as well as G and 6th Street. So like that, literally that entire thing, every single week, there's not a time where we don't hear like a bunch of cars just going. We have a lot of kids. We have a lot of kids that pass by, like that are in the area. Like, what about them? What are they supposed to be hiding in their house just because we can't control this? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Let's do something about it.
Right, thank you. Is that it?
That is it.
All right, any questions from council on this item? Director Bunting, could you please explain the process for how you prioritize where traffic calming will occur?
I'd love to. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. So the city has a number of different things. The project that we're talking about right now is a neighborhood traffic calming project. This one is basically driven by the residents. They're able to submit and request for an area that we can survey. We ask the residents what they would like in terms of speed bumps. We investigate the areas as they come in. It's all laid out within the city ordinance and as well in the program is how we go about it. It's first come, first serve as we get through everything, and then we try to develop a number of spots that we can install these facilities. In this case, we have 3 streets, and I believe there's about 8 different facilities that we're putting in with the funding that we have. As it's going on, we continue to get requests from residents, and we continue to work with them and go through the operation that we need to develop whether or not speed bumps can be installed or whether there might be a different type of traffic calming devices or something that we might put in these streets. We work with them. There is a backlog. We have worked through it, but like I say, this is the second project that we're putting out, and we hope to continue to do those. So the program itself is just reaching out to City of Antioch Engineering Department. We can work with you, get you the document or get you the information that you might need to start the process. If you are looking for traffic calming in your neighborhood, typically it's the street you're on and the limits that you're looking at, where your concerns begin, where they end. And then that area we do survey, look into, and then do the best we can. If speed bumps are warranted or able to be put in those areas, we will be putting them in and they'll be going into a future project. The other thing that we're talking about is the traffic calming that the council has approved on on Sycamore, on James Donlin, on West 10th Street. They haven't gone away. They're in the capital improvement plan. They will be done. It hasn't happened just yet. We're working through it staffing-wise to get these things done. So those projects you will see in the future. This particular project is different. This is, like I say, it's driven by the residents. It's a different project. You'll see both, or all 3 of those other streets. They're line items. They were things that the council has directed us to work on specifically. They're different from this program. This program is allotted a certain amount of money per year, and then we can do the work we can with that allotted money and kind of keep the program going. So the main thing, if anybody has any concerns about speeding on their roadway, like I say, give us a call. We can work with you and try to get you the information that you need and work through the process. There's also people behaving badly. Speed limits are there for a reason. Stop signs are there for a reason. Everybody should care about the kids in the neighborhood. What's being talked about and the behavior that's being talked about has a lot to do with the residents. I can engineer a lot of things, but there's some things that it would be nice if people behave differently. So we'll go ahead and continue to do what we can, but there's a lot of these things that it would be nice if the residents and the drivers within the areas also just took heed to the rules of the road. Things would be a whole lot safer if people did drive 25 miles an hour in a residential area. But with that being said, we'll continue to do what we can to help in traffic calming and do what we can to make areas safer.
Thank you for that. Generally speaking, from the time someone submits an application, if it's approved, how long does it take to get traffic calming, like get to this point here where we bid it, get it constructed? What timeline are we looking at?
So it kind of depends. You figure we're going to put out a project a year. So this project will go, whether we're able to fill the allotted spots with the money we have, kind of just depends on when they come in. If we were right now get a couple areas that were able to have, say, 10 speed bumps, and that would be the funding that we had for next year, well, then it would take about a year for that project to go. But it kind of depends on when everything comes in. We're going to produce one of these projects every year. That's our goal. So we start compiling everything now, and if it takes, if we get our allotment now, it might take a little while, but we'll continue to hopefully we'll try to be in contact with the residents. We're trying to do a little bit better job in that. We've had some turnover with consultants in the past, trying to just follow up and make sure that the resident knows that they've been heard and that we're working on it. The current staff that we're utilizing is very good at that, and I think we're gonna have a lot better response from the public in terms of how they're getting any feedback from engineering regarding these sort of things.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, is there a priority listing? I mean, when people actually go through the process, I assume there is a list, and when money is available, you simply go down the list. Nobody jumps the list. It just stays.
There is no jumping the list in terms of the speed bumps or speed humps or tables that would go in. The ones that are proven to be viable are the next in line. And then if there's another street, it'll fall behind it. The one thing that does vary is, depending on how long the street is and depending on what we can implement, there could be 2 to 3 speed bumps put on one street, because that's what that street needs, and that's how long the area is, and that's what the residents are allowing us to do by the balloting. In that case, you might find you're limited in the number of streets that work are done because it's based on the number of facilities that are installed.
Okay, but when people submit, I mean, there's a list that's established, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
just simply go down the list based on availability of funding.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I know that the CIP program is going to be coming before the council. Some people who are concerned may want to advocate when the items come, when the item comes before the council. I know one particular individual on Spalding is very concerned because she has told me she's been waiting for 3 years, for it. So maybe you could provide the council under the CIP what that list looks like so the public can see where they are at and how much money is available.
Sure, we've got it on there. The issue is, quite honestly, that these areas probably were not viable for speed bumps. We can go ahead and look into and see what we have, but we have a list.
And that may be the situation, but it's not being communicated back. And that's what the residents are saying to me.
Understood.
All right, thank you. If there's no more questions or comments, could I please get a motion? Motion.
Second.
A motion and second, please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, Antioch Police Oversight Commission, appointment for one partial term vacancy expiring November 2025. No, it was city manager.
News to me. Excuse me. Let me pull up my notes, I'm sorry. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommended action is that the mayor nominate the candidate for appointment to the city council, that the city council approve the mayor's appointment for the Antioch Police Oversight Commission. There were 6 applicants for this particular position, and the mayor has nominated Joe Mitchell for this position.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have one speaker card from Erica Ralston.
Got it. Good evening, Mayor Bernard and council members. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the appointment of Joe Mitchell to the Antioch Police Oversight Commission. Mr. Mitchell's personal Facebook page contains multiple public posts about reflecting racist, anti-LGBTQ+, and far-right views. These are not allegations. These are his own words. A person with a public record like that cannot be expected to act fairly, impartial, or in the best interest of Antioch. This commission was created because of a scandal, one that exposed deep racial texts
messages exchanged among Antioch police officers. That moment shattered public trust and forced our city to acknowledge that systematic racism was alive and well in our institutions. But what we haven't acknowledged is that we fully reckon with that is that leadership, including Mayor Ron Bernal, showed no real accountability during that crisis. Instead of facing the public with transparency and urgency, there was silence, defensive lifts, and delay. Now Bernard is nominating Joe Mitchell, someone whose public online posts reflect the same kind of racist thinking we claim that we are trying to root out. This isn't just tone deaf. This is a continuation of pattern, protecting power, silencing critics, and refusing to center the people who are most hated by policing. And let's not forget that this comes right after Commissioner Leslie May, a liberal black woman who stood up for marginalizing voices, a woman who stood up for who pushed out. Her voice was dismissed, and now the mayor wants to replace her with someone who has openly spread hate and intolerance. This appointment is not about fairness or balance. It's about maintaining control and avoiding accountability, just like in the aftermath of the tech scandal that started all this. Antioch deserves better. We deserve a commissioner who is unbiased, moderate, and committed to justice, not someone who reflects and reinforces that problems that this commission was meant to solve. I urge this council to do the right thing and reject this appointment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I received one more speaker card from Gavin Payton.
Good evening, council. So back when we first was here, the youth council has been very vocal about their concerns of the Police Oversight Commission, and we were expressing that there's no youth that looks like us on the commission. And the main target out of police brutality is youth that look like us. And you have a man here that, and I quote, posted a post that says, "Nobody cares what kind of sex you have, just stop telling kids about it." Let me go further. This man also wants to recall Miss Diana Becton. He wants to talk about how it's not right for a white American, but wants immigrants to be deported. And also, he also attacks and is supporting racist agendas and talking about they're innocent. And so that we're clear, he also supports posts that bashes. Excuse me.
Audience, be quiet so we can hear the speaker.
Bashes the COVID-19 epidemic, which affected a lot of Americans. And if you think that COVID did not exist, that's saying like the flu don't exist. So let's get this straight. So we're going to go backwards instead of forward. I want to understand why we don't have youth that are on this commission, because the youth is the one that was targeted. The youth are the ones that were being called gorillas. The youth are the ones that have been hanged. The youth are the ones that are being shot at. The youth are the ones that are being saying that they're criminal. But yet, these people that are doing the crime but not doing the time are innocent. Again, these could easily be any one of your children that are out there. You guys got kids, you got grandkids. Everybody watching at home got kids and grandkids, nieces and nephews. You didn't ask any of them how they feel. What about us? You want to be for the people? Be for the people. But don't sit up there and think that it's not okay when it's not.
Thank you.
Melissa Case would like to speak.
So there was a time where I came up to this council and I expressed concern about our city manager saying something negative about white mothers, and I was ignored. And that's fine, because I was wrong, and I absolutely adore our city manager. So I have had the opportunity to volunteer with Joe Mitchell on some projects, and you know, he is someone with different views than maybe most of California and our city. And he's absolutely entitled to express this, along with our city managers entitled to express what she said. I don't see hate. We may not agree and see eye to eye on national policies, but I can tell you from my own time spent with Joe that I've seen him treat people with respect and decency and honesty. That's actually the kind of character we want in Antioch, and we could use more of. Thank you.
Nicole?
Good evening. So I wasn't even planning on speaking on this, but yeah, Melissa sat down and said that she wanted to speak, and I had to remind her that, you know, when you looked up the city manager and her social media profile and what was on her page, did you look up his? I was not aware of someone else being appointed to this commission. I'm actually kind of surprised about what I was, you know, hearing that his posts were, and I'm pretty, you know, I'm the type of person that I like to hear other people's point of views. I don't really care if we agree. We don't always have to agree. That's not the issue. It's not like, oh, do we agree on, you know, certain things, like we have to just align. That's not the issue. I just think with the atmosphere within this country right now, where like everybody is so divided, I just really think, especially with the harm that APD did within our Black and brown communities and within our communities, unhoused communities, everything, this police department literally traumatized folks. So to have someone be on this commission that is not truly focused, you know, in my mind, I was thinking back the blue, all the, you know what I mean? But, and that's okay too, to have even that opinion, but to not, the focus should be on the community that have been traumatized and that have been harmed and need healing. How are we gonna have healing with somebody on the commission like that? I mean, just, and again, I'm okay with different opinions, but yeah, your political views right now in this atmosphere, I mean, it speaks volumes. We need to be able to, the community needs to be able to trust our commissioners. I just don't, and maybe you didn't know when you spoke with him, maybe he's a great guy, maybe he's amazing, but these type of things and these type of issues that may come up, you know, taking a vote or whatever, being on this commission, like that is just, you just have to think about that, and I just hope it wasn't like, oh, okay, you're just a cool guy and you're sweet and you're nice and you're kind, but actually kind of dive in deep, asking people questions. How do you feel about what happened with APD? You know what I mean? How do you feel about that? How much do you back the blue? Are you worrying about the community and the healing that comes, you know, comes with that? So I don't know, I'm a little disappointed, but at the same time, I'm for unification. So whatever you decide, you know, we'll, you know, I'm just trying to move forward. I really am just trying to move forward. So, but yeah, that's definitely something you should take into consideration. We got to heal. The community has to heal. And we're not there yet. We're trying to get there, but we're not there yet. And I just don't know if this is the right decision. Thank you. Oh, we have.
Good evening, Council. Dr. Kimberly Payton, President of the East County NAACP. And I am really disturbed that that would be the thinking process, to put somebody posting that type of information and representing that way. When you post on social media, you represent that way. That means you think that way. That means your thought process is clouded in that format. Just like when you decided to run for office and you posted, what did you do? When you put out your social media post to run for office, you posted your best foot forward. So let's just take a step back and look at maybe that's his best foot forward. But how is that foot helping the community heal? What is healing, what is unifying about somebody with those type of views? I'm failing to see that connection. I'm failing to see how, if you are representing the body of the city of Antioch, that you're representing healing by making such a decision. Where, how, for what? What about this is unifying? So is it that we're going to need to come and now take a closer look and a closer examination of the decisions and now all think circumspectly about the decisions you're making and if they're really benefiting the community? Because this doesn't look like that's one of them. Out of all the hurt, the harm, and injustice that's come, I'm not seeing how we're moving forward. I thought we were moving forward when the election happened and we all came together and say, let's give everybody a chance. Is this the chance that we were looking for? Because this is not the chance I don't think the community stood for. I don't think that's what they voted for. Everybody has, in an election, somebody wins, somebody loses. You agree to disagree, but not when we're bringing back hate to the field. You're bringing hate back to the playing table for what? For what? You want the community to now embrace the new chief? You want us to try to build back relationships? Wasn't that what you just said, Mayor, earlier tonight? I'm understanding why we're going to take a step back now. I'm encouraging you to rethink the process, rethink what you're doing, rethink the candidate, especially since when the commission was created, the community had a voice. Now they have no voice. Now they're here tonight to represent their voice with the few that came in the late hour. So I'm asking you to rethink it. Thank you.
Mayor, he's behind me, and he just literally during her comment said "fucking troll."
Did you?
Wow. If this is the guy, I literally just heard him say "fucking troll."
Excuse me.
That is not. That's
Excuse me.
He said
Please.
"fucking troll."
Yeah, we all heard it. Every woman.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Are there more?
Joe has indicated he would like to speak. Would you like to?
There was somebody ahead.
Okay.
Public comment, council discussion, because I have.
Okay. Okay.
I have not done my research at all, but I can tell you just by listening to the comments on the side of me and listening to this, like, this is not going to heal Antioch. I am around black folks all day long. Every day I go to church with black folks. I'm live in the community on Sycamore. That is not going to heal us. It's just going to make it worse. I have seen the issues that have been happening in Antioch for years. My family is mixed, so we've gotten had a lot of this racism going back and forth with my husband. A lot of stuff, just a lot of hurt. Okay. So this is not going to take us forward. It's just going to take us backwards. We need to have somebody we can trust, and just by the comments, it's not something that we can trust. We have to feel confident with the commission, because that's what we put into place to help to get us to the next level, so that we could help to elevate Antioch and take away the racism and the issues. Okay, nobody's stopping back in the blue or whatever the issue. I don't care about all that. All I care about is moving forward, and we can't move forward with those issues, whether they're trolls or whether you think that they have issues or whatever you think it is. It's not going to help us move forward. It's just going to take us back.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
I do not see anybody else wishing to speak.
All right, thank you. Council members?
Wow. So this is a first for me in Antioch, because normally we just look and we take the recommendation of the mayor and we vote to approve the commissioner with the hopes that they will, every commission is supposed to be working at the desire of the council, but really the desire of the entire community. And this particular commission came about because of police terror and corruption in the city. And I think I'm a little overwhelmed because I had the expectation of moving forward too, and I'm trying to operate absent judgment. And so what I'm hoping to be able to hear is from Mr. Mitchell himself about the allegations leveraged against him. Mr. Mitchell has been accused of being a supporter of Elon Musk, who is a representation of apartheid Africa and extreme genocide of South Africans. There was a claim that he is a part of a homegrown terrorist group called Back the Blue here in the city of Antioch. I repeat, a homegrown terrorist group called Back the Blue here in the city of Antioch, and a lady stated that tonight, that's what she called them. That he is an anti-vaxxer, where we all went through a very public pandemic, a grueling experience where over 600,000 people lost their lives. That he is anti-black and a major supporter of a district attorney recall, to recall a district attorney that upheld the rights of victims of police corruption and state-sanctioned violence. That he is homophobic, and that he is anti-immigrant. And we have a large immigrant community that is struggling right now under 45-47 administration. And the most major accusation leveraged at Mr. Mitchell overall is that he is not a genuine believer in true police accountability and police reform, and this will be a step in the wrong direction for the city of Antioch to make this appointment. Those in total have been what I've tracked as the accusations leveraged at Mr. Mitchell tonight, and I would hope that we give him an opportunity to speak for himself related to these accusations.
Any other comments or questions from the city council?
I would like to hear from Mr. Mitchell. You know, in a time we just got back from Washington, D.C., and we met with the Department of Justice, who is very interested in our city and is very observant of what's going on in our city. So I'm also have to take that it was a serious conversation we had when we were in D.C. about this. So I really have to take that into account. I've gotten to know Mr. Mitchell a little bit, and this is the first I'm hearing this, so I really need to hear from him as well, but I also have to take into account, we signed an agreement with the Department of Justice. So we need to also take that into account on these decisions of who we're appointing to this oversight committee. I mean, we have to, all the commissions we have to take serious, but we really need to take this seriously because we went into an agreement about that. So with that being said, I really need to hear from Mr. Mitchell.
Okay. I just want to say before we do hear from Mr. Mitchell that I did not look at his Facebook page. I didn't look at any folks' Facebook pages, and so probably should have done that before. But I would like to give Mr. Mitchell an opportunity to speak to us if he'd like to.
Sure. Thank you. Didn't really come prepared for this tonight, although by coincidence last evening somebody engaged me on Facebook and really started baiting. I'm sorry. A little nervous here, didn't expect this. So I was approached by a person on Facebook last night by coincidence, and by the time I figured out kind of what was going on, they were, basically baiting me to comment or whatever, and I pretty much declined. I just said, look, you can have a difference of opinion. I'm a moderate conservative, and this person is I looked at their Facebook page, and they're definitely an extremist, liberal point of view. The anti-vaxxer thing, I didn't even answer or approach to. I mean, I got all my COVID vaccinations. It's completely false. Never made a comment about that ever. Elon Musk, I don't get the connection. It's, commenting on Doge policy, cutting costs, things of that nature, not embracing a person. So not so much posting too much, just observations. But I really felt like this attack was staged. It happened the night before this meeting. And for instance, I was called a racist because I posted something about the Grammy Awards where Beyonce won a country album of the year, and it was comparison with Lainey Wilson. No comment, just posting it, list of achievements, things of that sort. I didn't agree with the choice of the Grammy Awards, but this person says you're a racist for just posting that. So it was really off the wall attack. I would challenge anybody to go there and look around. You know, if you want to look at memes or jokes or anything like that, anybody could dig and feel, I don't know, can find objections to anything. I mean, some things are about football games, you know, Eagles versus the Chiefs, and I just can't fathom this. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. Those of you that know me, I volunteer a lot to do a lot of different things. I'm involved with my church. This person was an atheist and made some nasty comments about being a Christian. I didn't respond to it. All I said is that, hey, if you want to have a civil conversation, I'll have one. We don't have a difference of opinion, but it was definitely a hit job on me last night. Never had any of these confrontations. I work with all types of people. Like I said, I volunteered for safe parking at our church, worked food distribution at the food bank. I coached athletics at Deer Valley High School, youth athletics for 25 years, and never had a complaint about anything other than maybe playing time. So I'm a little parched right now. But I'm shocked at what happened tonight. This is an assassination. And I was baited into somebody was trying to bait me into responding. And I deleted all the back and forth and said, I don't even want to be associated with this person, because it was a hit job. It was definitely a hit job on me. I have many, many friends that would, you know, I don't want to say testify, but talk about the person I am. And I'm frankly shocked at the audience not doing any homework and really drilling down on all this stuff to really see the context and to go along with he said, she said, he said. It was sickening to hear the audience respond the way they did without knowing anything about me at all. Nothing. So it was definitely, I felt really betrayed by the community. I mean, a lot of you guys have seen me out there volunteering, and I actually did a lot of work in the Sycamore Lemon Tree area, cleaning up, helping people, you know, people that were unhoused. I helped, for one instance, the lady was going to get her car towed away. It didn't run, and she was living in it. And we convinced one of the officers, hey, can we just move it somewhere so she doesn't lose her home right now? So that's the kind of person I am. I feel betrayed by the community. And that's one of the things that really is sad about what's occurred with the police department and the city is the trust level is just gone. And people are really, it's really easy or commonplace for people to just run with rumors and innuendo and not know what they're talking about. And I'm personally hurt by a lot of things that were said tonight because they're not true. And I did this because I want the city to get better. I've lived here 35 years. And you know, this is a hit on me, my reputation. And I've worked hard to be a good person. So this is all unfounded stuff. And I did say effing troll because that's what happened to me. A person trolled me, picked me apart on stiff stuff out of context, and it just, it's shocking. You know, I was going to mention something prior to the meeting, and I go, you know what? Nah, not going to happen. But it did. So that's my story. pretty disappointed. I mean, people have seen me at meetings, and I try to be thoughtful in my comments and balanced. I went through all the meetings with the hiring of the police chief. Again, asked questions that are right down the middle. You know, more about qualifications, and then I was able to be a citizen that sat in on some of the oral interviews for the hiring of the new police chief. And again, you could talk to the folks that sat in there. I mean, some of the other commissioners were on that panel and heard me speak and ask questions and things of that nature. So this is crazy how social media gets out of hand. It really does. And for a point, a lot of this stuff probably was posted a long time ago because I thought, you know, there could be retaliation at some point, you know, but I've been contemplating getting off social media altogether just because it's gotten terrible. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Is this your nomination or the city manager?
Well, it was, the interviews were conducted by 3 of us, but this is my
Want me
nomination.
to just make the motion?
The motion to,
Appoint.
I actually want to, I want to continue this for a meeting so we could do a little bit more research on the item is what I'd like to do. The reason I'm saying that is because I didn't do my own due diligence to the level of what I'm hearing from folks tonight, and I think it benefits us all if we can find out if any of the things that are being said are accurate or not. So I don't want to go off of something that I don't know to be, you know, I trust Mr. Mitchell, but I don't you know, I want to see it for myself. So
Well, here's why I'm not going to agree to put this off, and why I am gonna make the motion to appoint. And it is because I don't know Mr. Mitchell, right? Like, I am not a conservative. I'm not a Republican, right wing, left wing bird. I don't get none of that. It's values that matter to me. And as a victim of police violence in this city, it's important to me that anybody that is appointed to this commission has a diverse outlook on what community policing means, what police accountability means, and what it means to continue to, like, relationships move at the speed of trust. And when you don't know people, you can't trust them because you don't know if you have values that are aligned or values that are not aligned. And it is very clear that some of us have values that are not aligned. Like, I'm not a supporter of 45, 47 or anything he's doing, but there are people who out there are. My only job is to figure out how to align with people who have values that meet the need of today. I also know what it's like to be trolled on my personal social media, and I know what it's like to have people take a very personal and traumatic experience and rake you over the coals for 6 continuous years without knowing who the hell you really are at your core. And because I've had the experience with police brutality and corruption in this city, my family, I want this commission to be successful, and I want people to have the opportunity to serve and show us that their values are aligned with ours. And because I've had the experience of being trolled on my personal social media and have my family and my character assassinated for almost 6 years, I know what that's like too. And I thank you for standing up here and saying, we don't all have the same beliefs around policy, but I'm a good person. And that's all I need to hear to say that we should give you a chance on this commission. And so I'm gonna make the motion that the city council approves the mayor's nominated candidate for appointment in for appointment, and the city council adopt a resolution approving the mayor's appointment of Joseph Mitchell to the Antioch Police Oversight Commission for a partial term vacancy expiring November 2025.
I will second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I do. You know, I think because we are all elected officials, we get attacked a lot. And so often, it is misguided, and it's not true, and it's not accurate. And it hurts a lot. Being called Elon Musk by some of the speakers in this room is something I will never forget, because it was wrong and because it hurt. And so we do have a divergence of opinion. But as the city council, we have a quasi-judicial responsibility to make judgments. Mr. Mitchell is not a close personal friend of mine, but I know him. And I also know the years and years of volunteer work that he has been performed. And never once in any of my encounters would I would say he was prejudiced, a bigot, or anything else. So I am a little appalled by hearing some of the things that I've said. And frankly, trusting social media, I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt, because I have found so many times people attacking for their own personal agendas. And so this is a partial appointment. And Joe, I will tell you that it's for 6 months. And you, if the council does approve this appointment, every word you utter, every action you make is going to be scrutinized. I think that you're up to this job. I believe that you're fair and honest, and I pray to God that you don't disappoint us. I am very proud of Councilmember Tamisha Walker-Torres making this nomination. She is trusting that you will uphold the duties and responsibilities of being an APOC commissioner. So, Mr. Mayor, I know that you may want to go back and do some research, but frankly, you interviewed 6 individuals, and it was your opinion that he was most qualified. And I would hate to muddy the waters with he said, she said. Who do you believe? Who don't you believe? Trust is a very valuable thing. It's something that, frankly, in this community, there's not a whole lot of. And I have hope, and I think November 5th election provided hope, and so I am going to vote for you, Joe. Don't disappoint us.
One more thing, and I'm not saying that I do or don't believe what people said tonight. That's not what I said. I've seen some of it. What I said was that let's give Joe a chance on this commission. We have ways to hold commissioners accountable, and the public can also hold commissioners accountable. And so if you are concerned, attend every meeting. Mayor, I would encourage you to follow up with commissioners. Make sure that their individual biases are not making it into the process, because it's not just Antioch residents watching. The nation has been watching Antioch and wondering, are we gonna go back to the days of this cowboy mentality where residents of color, young people and poor people are not valued, when they brought their voice to this council, and many of you were here, and ignored their cries for help with the police department. And so this isn't saying there's no accountability here. We hold the mayor accountable, and you all hold us accountable elected or appointed in the city.
I was just going to add, if I believed the things that people told me or on social media about the people who sit to my left and right, we wouldn't be able to work together. I believe in giving people an opportunity to show who they are, and then I believe what they show me. In my interactions with Joe Mitchell, the only interaction I've had has been very few. He's been a volunteer and doing things to help others. You know, all the garbage about our city manager and people trying to shoot her down, not giving her a chance because of social media. I didn't buy into any of that, and I've given her an open door to see how she does, and I've been very happy with her performance. That's just me speaking individually. Working with Ms. Torres Walker, not knowing how we might get along when I came to this, I've enjoyed working with you, and I think we work together well as a team, the same with you and the time that we've got to know each other. So I believe in giving people the opportunity to show themselves, and then we base our decisions on what they show, and then you believe it. So where I'm at is I'm going to support your nomination and the motion that's on the table.
All right.
So, Mr. Mitchell, you have 6 months. Hopefully you can be a bridge, a positive bridge, because that was a conversation we had about bridging the two groups. So I'm going to be watching you. And for the public note, Mr. Mitchell was my appointee for the process for the interviewing of the chief and did very well. I needed to hear from you because I'm hearing all this other stuff. But yeah, prove the naysayers wrong, and we'll be, I especially am going to be watching you. So you got 6 months.
Can I say a few words after all of this conversation?
I think we should move on to the action.
2 minutes.
No. It's on the table. It's on the table.
Move the question.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Then give me that same grace and smear the light on me.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna take a actually a 10-minute recess till 10 o'clock p.m.
It is 9:50 and the council is taking a 10-minute recess.
All right, and we are back from our recess at 10:01. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Torres Walker is here. She's just not back yet. Councilmember Freitas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Bernal.
Here.
All members present at 10:01 p.m.
All right, thank you. Item number 7, City Council requested discussion item, assistance to the Antioch Historical Society.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Antioch Historical Society is seeking assistance to reinstate the historical bell tower. The Historical Museum is home to the first Congregational Church bell, which is believed to be the first church bell ever to be rung in the city of Antioch. The Historical Society has been raising funds to construct a bell tower so that the bell can be properly housed and displayed. I'd like to invite Mr. Dwayne Eubanks, who's representing the Historical Museum this evening, and he has more information on this request.
Put this down here so you can see it. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. My name is Dwayne Eubanks, and I'm with the Antioch Historical Society. I've been the past president, and our mission, our legacy mission, is to preserve, protect, and display Antioch history. So many of you have, you went to the wine walk, you saw our fantastic 1927 Model T fire truck. That goes way back in the history of this city. Also, we have the red caboose. Our building itself is a historical artifact. It goes back to the 1910 Riverview Union High School. That's where we were housed alongside of Antioch sports legends. So we have a tremendous museum. It's one of the best local museums in the area, and that we've been told that by many people. So I'm here tonight to talk about the First Congregational Church bell. In 2021, the First Congregational Church had moved to Leland over in Pittsburgh, but they decommissioned, and they entrusted the museum with their records and the 700-pound bronze church bell. And this church bell is very special to the city. It's one of the city's most significant artifacts. The bell rang in 1872 when Antioch had just 626 citizens, including founding figures like Captain Kimball, William Wiggins Smith, Roswell Hard, who was the first mayor, and Thomas Gaines, the city's first black pioneer and church sexton. So it's, as you can tell, this is one of the most precious historical items that we have in the city. So we finally got an opportunity to do something with this. To honor its legacy, we're working to relocate the bell into a steel, concrete, and brick tower, mini tower this year, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the Historical Society and 25th anniversary at our museum site. Our board has committed a sizable amount of funds, half the necessary funds, and we've launched a community fundraising program. So we're hoping to get lots of companies, organizations to help us get over the hump and get the total amount that we need. Also, I'm working with a dream team, including Mr. Tom Manasco, Stan Davis, the former city engineer, and Carla from Marry Me, who's with the the marketing group, I forgot the name. So, so we're hoping to secure the rest of the funds. Our plans are approved, and there are no design or construction exceptions. We respectfully ask the council to consider either a full or partial waiver of permit fees to help bring this project to life. The bell is more than just an artifact. It represents our city's history, culture, and education. By the way, one of the most exciting things that we do at the Historical Society is our fourth grade California history program, where we bring in children from the fourth grades in elementary schools in Antioch, and we bring them in and we talk about history, Antioch history. They get to see the artifacts. They get to see the fire truck. They get to go to sports legends and see some of the people that have made it to the pros in Antioch. So we have a great museum, and I just invite everyone to come there. I know, Monica, you've been there, and Ron,
We'd like to see you come down. Your picture's up in the City Hall room. So we need you to come down. And of course, Mr. Freitas is a past president of the Antioch Historical Society, so he knows all about this. And of course, we've had a great relationship with Brad Helfenberger, with the Sesquicentennial, and many civic events and civic enhancement programs. So given the museum's nonprofit status, waiving the fee would reduce some of the financial constraints and ensure the Antioch Historical Bell rings once again. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, I have one speaker card from Dwayne Eubanks. Oh, okay, sorry.
Did a great job.
So, no, I don't have any speaker cards.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Under full disclosure, I am a lifetime member of the Antioch Historical Society and have served as board member and as president. The genesis is that Mr. Stan Davis actually called and said, look, is it possible for us to, for the city to waive the fee? It's approximately $2,200 and some odd dollars. I don't have the exact amount, but so that you have an idea of what the request really is, it's about $2,200. And anybody who worked with Mr. Davis knows that he could be a very difficult individual, very exact, and he always played by the rules. And I've always respected that about him. And so I think the request is a valid request. He realizes that there is some financial impact to the city, but what does the city receive? The city receives, the Historical Society is kind of like the Smithsonian Institute. It's the keeper of all of our history. And for those who have never been to the museum, you should go. It is very educational. And I think that as the purveyors of our history and our beginnings, I think it would be appropriate for us to waive the building fee, which is approximately $2,200 and change.
All right, any other comments?
My comment is I've had the fortunate opportunity to work down at the museum. I was the coordinator of the Sports Legends Museum after I retired as principal of Antioch High School. I was a program coordinator for a couple of years and worked with Mr. Eubanks as president. And of course, I've known Mr. Davis since I was a child because his son and I grew up together in Mira Vista. And anyway, the history is incredible if you haven't been to the museum, both upstairs and downstairs. If you haven't seen the Sports Legends Museum downstairs, it's just a cut above any other city museum I've ever seen. And then the history upstairs is just unbelievable. And so anyway, anything we can do to support the efforts of the Antioch Historical Society to preserve and celebrate our history, I'm in favor of.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wilson, did you want to say anything?
Oh, no, it's just that, because I was going to ask, like, what's the cost? Because it wasn't in the report, and he's just asking to waive the permit fees. I mean, I don't see a problem with that. I don't think it's how much of an impact it's going to have on the budget, but if it's just the permit fees, I'm amenable to that.
All right. Mr. Eubanks, if you could come back up to the mic, what is the total cost of the project you're estimating?
The estimated cost is $96,000.
Can you wait?
Oh, microphone. The estimated cost that we've worked out is $96,000. We already had a professional engineer design for the plan, engineered design that we've submitted that is being reviewed, has been reviewed and approved. We've raised, every day we get a little bit more money, but I think we're at $47,000 that we've raised. And we just started our fundraising campaign, and we've been talking to some contractors and vendors that were part of the Caboose project, and we may be getting we may be getting in-kind services and materials that will help us reach our goal. But we're launching the campaign. We're looking forward to having local businesses and organizations to donate. And also, when they do donate, they will be part of history because we will have inscribed their names on bricks alongside the bell tower. It's going to be a really fantastic thing at the museum. So we've been looking forward to doing this for, at least, I don't know how much. Stan was probably looking for this 10 years ago, but we finally got the bell, and we want to make it ring. So any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming that the city of Antioch will be on one of those bricks?
Of course.
All right.
And this is what it looks like. This is a rendering of what it would look like.
All right, so the item asks for direction from city staff. I expect it's acceptable for us to make a motion to be able to.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I will move that the building fee of approximately $2,200 be waived for the construction project of the, what do we call it? The First Congregational Church Bell Project.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, do you have any further discussion on it? All right, please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you all. Item number 8, renaming of the mayor's apprenticeship program.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to the City Council's interest in exploring a fresh identity for this program, we're seeking to rename the Mayor's Apprenticeship Program. The renaming presents an opportunity to align the program's name with its commitment to future-focused leadership. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Tasha Johnson, Director of Public Safety and Community Resources.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This is going to be an exciting item as we are going to hopefully determine a new name. So just a little bit of background. When the Mayor's Apprenticeship Program was launched in 2022, it was envisioned as a youth-centered initiative to create real pathways to employment, mentorship, life skills for young adults ages 18 to 26 who face a multitude of barriers such as former foster care, unhoused issues, justice involved, whether currently or formerly. And so MAP has been rooted in equity, opportunity, and transformation. And we're proud that it has slowly become the cornerstone of the city's broader strategy to invest in our youth employment and violence intervention and prevention piece. Rubicon is our service provider partner that continues to play a vital role in offering trauma-informed case management, job readiness training, and individualized support that prepares participants not just for jobs, but for long-term success. As we've built and continue to improve this program, it started off as a pilot program with 2 cohorts of 10. So we're constantly building, adding new components to better the program. We've developed measurable goals. They are achieve an 80% completion rate among participants for the program, observe at least a 30% improvement in technical and soft skills, achieve a 4 out of 5 job satisfaction rating, and document at least 3 community impact stories directly tied to the participants' work, and most importantly, ensure that 80% of participants transition into permanent employment. So out of those, I'll just briefly share some of the outcomes that we've seen thus far across the program cohorts. So cohort 1 was comprised of 10 participants, with 8 of them completing the program. They were initially placed in public works, so I'd like to pause and give a shout out to Director Bunting and Carlos for their partnership in creating this program. I know it was a huge leap. It's never been done in Antioch. And we worked out all the details, and they accepted the participants, and it was highly successful. 4 individuals were ultimately placed in employment, some in Public Works, Goodwill, Tesla, and Parks and Rec. Thanks, Brad. Cohort 2 included 10 participants, with all 10 completing the program, and 2 securing employment, 1 entered into Job Corps, and 3 continued their education through community college. Cohort 3, which is soon to wrap up, currently includes 9 participants placed across organizations such as Monument Impact, Bridge Builders and AUSD, Parks and Rec, and Animal Services, with 1 already securing a job at the airport. And the upcoming cohort 4 will now include 15 participants with a returning partner of Tri-Delta Transit to be added to the expansion of opportunities. So with this progress that we've made, we're excited for this opportunity to include council in creating a new name for the program. We've heard from you that the acronym MAP has values and it signals direction, growth, and purpose at this time. So with that, I'd like to yield the floor for discussion of what names you would like to suggest. I have some on my paper if you need help, but I'm happy to listen in.
All right, thank you, Director Johnson, for your presentation. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I have one speaker card from Leslie May, but I'm not sure if she's still here. She's not here anymore.
All right, any questions or comments from council on this? I'll just start off. So I had wanted to see the name changed because I felt like it was an Antioch community program, not necessarily a mayor's program. So that was the original idea behind changing the names. I'm not so you know, the name that we end up with isn't as important as just making sure there's some reference to the community involved in what we're trying to do here, providing opportunities.
I'm okay with whatever name the young people come up with.
Great.
I'm sure you have a list.
We do. We have RISE, Ready, Inspired, Success, and Empowered. We have GRIT, Growth, Resilience, Initiative, and Tenacity. We have SOAR, Skills, Opportunity, Access, and Resilience. And then if council wanted to keep the letters of MAP, we had Motivate, Advance, and Prosper. Thank you. We're really excited with the youth helping out.
I again agree with Council Member Torres Walker. I'd really like to see what the students, the young people decide. They know better. So I'm good with whatever they come up with. Now, did they submit like 3 or 4 different names, or is it something that they can select amongst themselves? Or?
Yeah, it was a group effort, and so I'm going to be excited to take this back to them to have them determine which one fits best with what they want to advance the program through. We will also need to generate a logo for the program, given that we currently have the California Volunteer Corps grant. They require logos, so the youth will also be involved with designing the logo for the program, which is really exciting. So thank you for allowing their input on this.
With regards to design, I would think you would want to involve the PIO officer.
Okay.
I think Mr. Beard would be helpful in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to see the youth involved in the design as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
And so the list, just to clarify, the list of RISE, GRIT, SOAR, and the other version of MAP are all ideas the youth came up with, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
so
not the MAP. Sorry,
map,
that
okay,
was
that's for
Tasha
old
Johnson.
people. Yeah. So, but the young people came up with RISE, GRIT, and SOAR.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So the item before us is that we are embracing a name change, and we'll wait for a recommendation from Ms. Johnson, I assume, in the next meeting or within a month.
Sure. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Were you expecting us to pick one of the 3 tonight? Was that your expectation when you came here?
That would be preferred, just so we can start the logo process design. So that way we have some branding to go along with the program. We are waiting to make T-shirts and all kinds of cool things, swag for the young adults. But whatever the council's desire is, I will do. I think their first choice is RISE. Yeah. So
they came up with the 3 names.
Yes.
And then we're asking to go back and have them dwindle it down to 1.
Or we can come off of, based upon what they did.
I don't know which one I said the third, but they're SOAR or GRIT. SOAR is Skills, Opportunity, Access, and Resilience.
What are the other 2?
All right, so we have rise, I will rise. You're going to soar. You're going to have some grit, or you're going to map it out.
Do they all have acronyms? Like
Yeah,
RISE?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So what is RISE's acronyms?
Rise is ready, inspired, success, and empower.
What is grit again?
Grit is grit is growth, resilience, initiative, and tenacity.
Not everybody has grit. I do. I don't know about everybody.
I do too, but they might have by the end of the program.
I like
We'll
grit.
teach them.
I like grit.
Not grits, but grit. Okay.
I like grits, but not with sugar. Let's not fight.
Definitely sugar.
We're not gonna fight about this.
Definitely
not
sugar.
With sugar, nope.
I like soar, but I'll go along with whatever the majority is.
I like SOAR as well.
Okay, Louis.
Louis, you're the tiebreaker.
What was the acronym for SOAR again?
I'm sorry.
SOAR, what was the acronym?
SOAR is skills, opportunity, access, and resilience.
SOAR, I'm in favor.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so do I have a motion to?
I'll make a motion that we select from the students' choices presented to us as SOAR being the new name for the apprenticeship program.
All right, we have a motion. You have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. All right, item number 9, resolution approving a master lease agreement with Rudrum LLC for the Encampment Resolution Fund Interim Housing Program.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the housing site for the ERF grant that was received in 2024. There was a comprehensive process to select the motel site, and so tonight is the award of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Johnson.
Great, thank you again. So staff recommends that City Council authorize the city manager to execute the master lease agreement with Red Ram LLC in the amount of 1.8 for at the Executive Inn. On September 27th, 2024, the City of Antioch was awarded approximately $6.8 million through the State of California's Encampment Resolution Fund program, which is administered by HCD. This grant supports local efforts throughout California to resolve long-standing encampments by transitioning unsheltered individuals into stable and permanent housing. The city identified a high-priority encampment at Sunset and Dev Bar, where approximately 30 to 40 individuals at that time were counted, and through the support of the ERF grant, the city is now implementing a comprehensive multi-phase strategy, including a dedicated outreach team of CORE, interim housing site, and rapid rehousing services to support these residents transitioning toward long-term stability. The goals of the program are to get at least 32 folks that will secure interim housing at the Executive Inn. In February of 2025, we were initially allocating 10 subsidies through the county, but after reviewing budget adjustments, that has now increased to 20. That will allow for 22 individuals at least as a goal to secure permanent housing. All individuals located in the encampment will receive outreach, engagement, assessment, and service connections through our core team and the coordinated entry system. Initial placements for these individuals will occur within the first 2 weeks of operation, and we're anticipating a start date of at least July 1. Additional participants will be placed as rooms become available during turnover. Priority will be given initially to individuals experiencing high need that have expressed a desire to participate completely in the interim housing program, which provides case management, working to obtain their vital documents, housing navigation, and various linkages to behavioral health, medical, and employment support. The ERF program enrollment cutoff will be June 15th, but this date may be extended based on the number of placements and the people who opt to go into the program. This program is not linear. It sounds like you just do one step at a time, but it's not linear, and participants are not necessarily required to go into interim housing. They may choose to receive other support services through the ERF grant. Beginning March 1st, CORE had begun to reach out to these residents, engaging them, and currently there are 31 people enrolled wanting to go into transitional housing and get support services. There are a few that were auto-exited because they were already in the CORE system and 90 days of disengagement. So they are being re-engaged and will be re-enrolled. So we're estimating 35 individuals to be enrolled before we enter into the placements timeframe. The team, the CORE team recommends a June 15th cutoff date for new enrollments, and CORE is currently preparing people in the encampment to move, and participants have been working alongside of CORE and Public Works to clear unwanted items and garbage in preparation of moving into the interim housing site. The plan is to move them, titrate them in slowly with 1 to 3 people per day from the encampment to the interim site once it opens on July 1. So by July 15th, we anticipate having everyone placed in their rooms. Cleanup in the encampment should begin 2 weeks thereafter. And on July 15th, we estimate the entire encampment being shut down and just cleaned up. The program funding for this is the $1.8 million in the master lease that is recommended to Executive Inn. Performance metrics that will be tracked through HMIS and through the counseling and the case management are number of unhoused individuals engaged and enrolled, the number of transition to housing, whether it's short-term, transitional, or permanent, the amount of housing assistance that has been issued, the use of Flex Fund for emergency and supportive needs, client outcomes, including housing stability and time it takes to placement. So to initiate the interim housing component of this program, the city released an RFQ in March of 2025, specifically inviting local motel property owners to submit proposals. Recognizing that the motel operators are not nonprofits, the RFQ was fairly simplified while still maintaining alignment with the ERF requirements. 2 proposals were received, Executive Inn and Comfort Inn, and reviewed by a panel of city, H3 county individuals, and a consultant. The Executive Inn, owned by Red Rum LLC, was selected as the preferred site. Even though the cost per unit came out to be more, the reviewers selected it on the basis of a key strength that was critical to the program. Executive Inn is a manageable site of 34 rooms. There's a simple layout, and the entire site will be dedicated to the use of this program, making it really ideally suited for high-touch interim housing programs. It's ready for conversion, and it will meet the needs of the ERF grant. In contrast, Comfort Inn was larger complex facility with 120 rooms, making it more complex to manage and resource intensive to manage. Its operational scale introduced some logistical challenges for the program, and it raised concerns from the reviewers regarding resident privacy, security, and consistency of services, given the service provider wouldn't want either empty rooms or a mix of population of unhoused and general population folks. So with that, approval of this master lease at this time is a critical step in meeting the city's objectives for the ERF grant by securing this dedicated site that enables a timely transition for the unhoused residents into the stable housing that they will soon realize. We are under extreme tight deadlines that the state has not yet extended with the mandate of obligating the funds by June 30th of 2025 and expending 50% of the funds by June 30th, 2025. So with the approval of this lease, not only does it further the program's steps in taking to secure permanent housing for the folks, but it also allows us to meet those deadlines. And with that, I will.
All right, thank you, Director Johnson. Do we have any public comments on this item?
I do have 2 speaker cards. The first speaker is Melissa Case, followed by Nicole Gardner. and then Andrew Becker.
Well, Tasha just blew my written comments because she answered most of my questions I had. So my comment was mostly that I felt like on the agenda that this process didn't feel transparent to me because the lack of bids, as the previous thing I commented on, was not included in it. So I had concern about that, but she answered basically all my questions. It would have just been nice to see before I came up here and speak. I guess the only thing I have is when you have two offers, you know, we have the strength in negotiations, and it's hard for me to trust the executive in because I feel like they really overcharged last time, and now they've reduced their rate. And I just think when you got two offers, you should negotiate a little bit more. But I mean, I wasn't on the panel. Most of my other stuff is not really pertinent because she answered my questions. And I just want to say I admire Tasha's passion, especially the last agenda item. But I would like more transparency when it comes to this bid process. That's all. Thanks.
Next speaker is Nicole Gardner, followed by Andrew Becker and Crystal Brooks.
So, good evening again. I just want to, I'm sorry, I'm still upset from earlier. Yeah, so just to say how this all started off as far as these hotels, right? So 2018, I started an advocacy group, Antioch Homeless Coalition, our first one. We were doing, having meetings and having community meetings. And our members included some community members and like 4 unhoused people. So we're having meetings about community cleanups and encampment areas. We were also advocating at city council meetings and doing things like that. And during one of our meetings, a couple of our unhoused folks that were members had brought up the idea about like reaching out to the motels and seeing if maybe we can see if the city can do vouchers or do something, you know? And so they also mentioned, because they dealt with the owners at the executive end, wonderful, amazing people, by the way, and that they always helped unhoused folks. They gave them showers, gave the women hygiene products, you know, even let some of them sleep there, you know, for free. So they were just amazing people. So myself and a few of those unhoused folks went and talked to the owners at the executive end, and they were like all for it. So then we went and talked to the council members, Mott and Lamar at the time, and yeah, they were for it too. They talked to the owners. Fast forward, here we are all these years later, and we have a transitional housing for the unhoused. So I'm very, very thankful and grateful for that. I did want to say, because I just don't think that we give these owners their flowers, okay? Because they really need their flowers. They're already passionate, especially, so I always call her Summer's wife, but they're both very passionate folks when it comes to this cause. And they did everything that they could to get everything ready for the city. I mean, they spent their own money, they got the renovations. You could see the executive end look totally different than it did from a couple of years ago, okay? And so they did everything that they needed to do. People don't realize, and I've gotten really close with them, and people don't realize how much backlash they got, not only from the community as a whole, but their community as far as hotels, everything like that. People's like, you're working with the city, you don't need to work with the city, you don't trust the city, and they still did it. And they're God-fearing people, they're loving, they're caring people. They deserve this. They put in so much work, they're passionate. I'm about to run out of time, but I just say this to say the executive end, we've had many success stories there with our friends that are living on the streets. Perfect location, everything is there. You got the bus stop, you got the BART down the street, you got grocery stores, everything is perfect, and it's up, it's ready. It's ready, so please vote yes. We need to house more folks, 18 more months of housing folks. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andrew Becker, followed by Crystal Brooks.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and wait for that to be passed around, please, before my time will start.
Okay, thank you. So that is your 2-page application for your ERF interim housing model that the Comfort Inn put in. And there was a cost difference between the two programs. $401,000, an almost 23% cost difference. What's frustrating to me is that an RFQ goes out to all of these properties within the city, and on it, you have all of these criteria that are listed. So an operator fills it out and submits it. You line all those items up against the executive inns based off of the criteria in that application, and I wonder what it would look like scored alone off of that criteria on that application and those costs. You can't tonight because the executive inns application, to my knowledge, is not in your staff report. Neither is this application. Which is to Melissa Case's point earlier, why was another bid item tonight, both bids put into the staff report, but not this item? $401,000 cost difference. The Comfort Inn comes in lower. You would think that alone in a fair, competitively bidded process would be reason for an individual to be upset about not being awarded a bid or being a recommended. But I think what upsets me more is the fact that I'm not on staff by the city of Antioch. I'm not paid, but I do give my time to this city, and I give my heart. And I took meetings with city staff and the state of California Housing and Community Development Department, Contra Costa Behavioral Health, where it was put forward with backs on the call, Bay Area Community Services, that ERF funding was looked at being braided with a home key opportunity. To which the state replied that was an excellent idea and is being replicated across a lot of other entities to braid public funding together. And to which behavioral health also acknowledged that was a great idea and continued to say that they would try to engage in supporting that home key pursuit. But what was left out of that home key conversation was this ERF funding, and I want to know why the city of Antioch took meetings with the state of California and Contra Costa Behavioral Health and put to those agencies that they were pursuing an opportunity with ERF funding and then home key, and then instead chose to award to another entity a higher bid. And behavioral health asked that H3 be engaged in that conversation, so I would like to know which H3 panelists suggested that this was the direction to go. I suggest that this item be tabled and not be voted on tonight because there is not enough context here. Thank you.
Crystal Brooks.
That was a lot to go after. I can tell you guys that I don't know. I don't do all that extra stuff. What I am gonna say is what I know, and what I know is that they've already been doing what they've needed to do. What I do know is that we've already had people's lives saved, and some people have not lost their lives because of this program already. So we need to keep the program going. Do I agree that all the logistical stuff should have been handed out before? Yes. I can't comment on anything that he has stated or anything the other lady has stated. All I can say is that the Comfort Inn I lived there. Like we were homeless in living there. They do not care about people. I'm sorry, but they just don't care. Executive Inn, however, I know that they're actually trying to help to save people. So I'm sorry, but let's just help to keep people off the street. We don't have time to bicker at this point.
I don't have any more speaker cards.
All right, thank you. Council?
Ms. Johnson. So for the Opportunity Village, it was a 2-year program, correct?
Yes.
And we spent approximately $6 million?
Correct.
And of that, approximately how much was the lease? About three and a half million?
I think it was 3. Yeah, sorry, I don't have that with me.
Hey, the problem I have with this is that the 3.5 million and the 1.8, I'm just gonna round off, that's $5.5 million. And we're leasing. And that's my problem. I mean, I hope we address and reduce dramatically the homeless population in the city of Antioch. But I'm a realist. We will always have homeless people. And so for me, the lease option is not a desirable option. I think we need to really, if we're going to be serious, is to build a facility that we own or in conjunction with Contra Costa County so that, you know, it's our property and we can manage it or lease it, or not lease it out, contract it out. And so this is what gives me a problem. And frankly, had we not received this grant, then the Opportunity Village concept, housing the homeless, would have ended. Exactly. And there's no other alternative. And so I think in this whole issue of homelessness, talking with Delta 6, which are the 4 cities and mayors and the 2 county supervisors, we need permanent facilities so that we can contain cost. And it disturbs me that here we are again, and I really don't think we have a choice if we're going to actually try to address some of the homeless to enter into this agreement. But I would argue that we also have the opportunity to make some planning about having permanent facilities that we own and that we don't lease out. And so it just bothers me that we're going to spend another couple $1 million on this, and at the end of the day, if there's not a grant, the program stops. And I think that if you're going to make a commitment, make a commitment. Build facilities, you know, that we can, and I think for $5.5 million, we could have built a very good facility. So that's one part. The other part, and the criticism, as you know, Ms. Johnson, that I raised with regards to Opportunity Village, is what are the metrics? And while you have articulated it, I think it is important for the city council at this stage, because it's 18 months, that we receive a report every 6 months about its progress. And that we do, in fact, gather information that can prove that it was successful or not successful or needs modification. We have to learn as we go through this. We learned some stuff with Opportunity Village. I'm sure in 18 months we'll learn some stuff here. But it doesn't do us any good if the real game plan is, gee, I hope that grant gets approved so we can continue it. I think if we're going to address the issue of homelessness permanently, then we need to look at it as a permanent solution for the city of Antioch. So I'm going to vote yes for it. I'm not happy about it at all because I'm well aware of the time constraint. But that excuse has gotten very tiring to me. You know, we had a lot of opportunity to get information from Opportunity Village, and frankly, the hope and prayer was that we got a grant. And maybe we can continue doing a grant, but I would hope that the monies could be used for the city of Antioch to permanently build housing for, you know, transitional needs of the homeless. Thank you. I think it's not a question, it's just more frustration, and hopefully that we will change our direction.
Any other comments, Mr. Council?
Yeah, I think I've had some challenges with like knowing unhoused resident advocates, like speaking to unhoused residents, and like I even had challenges with supporting the executive end because I just felt like putting people who are struggling on top of more people who are struggling with no resources and no public safety mechanism was the wrong thing to do. But because this initiative was already moving forward when I came into office, I decided, like I always do, to give it a chance and see if there is some success that is measured from it? Will it change the conditions of the community? Will real resources happen? Will people actually get long-term sustainable housing? Because the challenge is always going to be that the housing is temporary. And I am concerned about what are we going to do after 18 months if we are not equipped as a city to have the real capacity to leverage other dollars. Like, this should have been a home key conversation. This should have been a conversation about other state and federal dollars that could have been leveraged against these encampment resolution funds to do something longer, more long-term and more sustainable. And we've talked about this for a couple years now. I did have, I thought that having, like, not having the scoring in the packet and not having, it said there were 2 people who bid it. I felt that not having that in the packet for transparency purposes was unfortunate, because it would have helped us be able to see were we comparing apples to apples or oranges to oranges. And you just couldn't tell because the information wasn't there. I know that the Comfort Inn is a larger space with a lot more rooms, and could it have served more people? But I think because we always find ourselves in a crunch with a deadline, I fear that we'll never get to explore long-term solutions to homelessness in Antioch if we continue at this pace.
Well, my thoughts are, I think I agree with both of your comments. The one thing is, I think we have a here and now issue that we need to address now. We have, I have received communications from residents that are concerned about the unhoused community that's in that particular area, and I think there's been hope and optimism that there will be an opportunity to help them get off the streets. And I believe that this particular funding was targeted to that particular encampment. So I think for me, I'm supporting it because that was the purpose of this, I believe. One of the things I did learn when we were in DC talking to HUD is there are some potential possibilities for us to leverage funds as we move forward to do maybe what both Councilmember Torres Walker and Councilmember Freitas are talking about. How can we potentially look at funding to develop a property owned by the city that we can provide long-term shelter for a number of people versus short-term limited. But I think considering where we're at, what the need is today, and the time frame that we've been presented tonight, I'm prepared to move forward and vote yes on this issue.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to make the motion to approve, but I am also going to have some stipulations. I would like to have every 3 months, so I'm talking about July 1st to September 30th, a report every quarter about what is happening. We also need to have the measurements that you're going to use. So we need to get that developed, number one. Number two, filled out, and every quarter a presentation from you or appropriate person to the city council what's happening. But we need to look at all those opportunities that Councilmember Wilson and Mayor Pro Tem Rocha has talked about. We have to figure out a permanent solution, and we cannot be burdened by the deadlines. Home key sounds like the right choice to me, but we never get to that discussion because we're saying, oh, we have a deadline. We have to get get this in to get the money. And it's kind of victimizing the city council. And it's very frustrating, I think, from the policy makers, because we need permanent solutions, not temporary solutions. I mean, you put a program in for 2 years, say, oh, gee, we don't have the money, goodbye. That's not right. That's not how government should work in this regard. So I am making the motion, number one, that staff come back and show us the forms that will be filled out every quarter, starting from July 1st to September 30th, and every 30 days thereafter. And number two, we have got to bring together a strategy on, instead of leasing, having permanent solutions. And so that is working with the federal, representatives, and it is working with the county, and it is hopefully working with the other, at least East County, sub-regional portion of Contra Costa. We cannot continue this merry-go-round that just is not answering our solution. So that's my motion. I know it's long, but it's basically approve this contract, develop the form, report every 30 days commencing July 1st to September 30th, and the most important part is that staff be directed to strategize on how to have permanent solution with housing and services.
I think it was every 90 days was your.
Did I say?
You said 30 days.
I'm sorry, every
3
90
months.
days. I apologize, I got worked up. Yes.
Is
Is
that-
it clear? I'm asking the form to be developed, and that form be filled out and presented to City Council every 90 days, commencing July 1st to September 30th. And let staff come back to us with a permanent solution.
Second.
A motion second. Any discussion before, I have a quick question before we vote. Director Johnson, if it's to serve 30 to 40 individuals that are in this particular encampment, if people get moved out of the rooms and into permanent housing and they're empty, can they have other folks that are outside of that encampment occupy them?
According to the ERF guidelines, no, but the encampment is growing in numbers, so we are serving.
So it could be more than 40. I mean,
Correct.
It could be.
Yes,
Okay.
we've seen an increase already since we first announced it. But I also want to kind of backtrack a little bit. This ERF grant was released last year, so this is extreme lag time. This is just not new. We were supposed to get the award notification in June of 2024, but we didn't receive it until September. I don't have by offhand when the home key was released, so when the opportunity arose to apply for ERF last year, I think it was in February, again, I can go back. We took that opportunity and it was very consistent with what we had to do as it related specific to encampments. So that is why we went with that grant opportunity at the time.
One other question. So if you had mentioned a June 15th date for enrolling folks in the program, is that true?
The deadline to stop enrolling.
The deadline to
would be
stop
June
enrolling.
15th.
So if other folks, I guess I'm concerned about having empty rooms, right? So can that June 15th date be extended out further? So that
Sure,
other-
absolutely.
It just seems like we want to make it as
Yeah.
far out as we can, so we make sure we're
Yeah.
occupying those rooms if we're
That's
able
that's
to.
what we discussed with the core team, and it's flexible, but we also want to make sure that that area is cleaned up. So we want to be sensitive
Right,
to
understood.
making sure everyone is out and safely placed somewhere. So we will make sure that the timelines align with that.
Okay. Councilmember Torres Walker.
Thank you for asking that question, because I'm thinking to myself, you will, it's for one encampment, but then as many people who choose to go to the hotel, they can go to fill those rooms. But the idea is clearing the encampment out so it doesn't come back. What happens to the people who don't get in the room?
Yeah, so we talked about we talked to the county about that, and they are going to designate different shelter beds, opportunities, whatever meets the need of each individual, which is one of the reasons why we're so fortunate that they're partnering with us so intimately and closely. So even if they don't make it into this transitional housing site specifically, they will be served and committed to by the county.
And is for each individual that go there would have the potential to be there for an 18-month stay?
Correct, but it depends on their situation.
How quickly they get resources?
Yes.
So say an individual from that encampment gets in there in less than 18 months, they find permanent placement. What if another person is now in a shelter, a congregate shelter space,
We can backfill that room.
But we know that they came from
Yes.
that encampment. If the room become available, you would contact the county
Absolutely.
and say, do you still have any of our, like,
Yes.
I guess my question is around tracking the movements of these folks to measure
Yeah.
like success and placement.
Yes,
because
thank
I'm
you.
concerned about losing track of people. It's kind of like a right to return process,
Sure.
right? People say, oh, when we finish this development in 30 years, you can come back. Why would I come back
Yeah.
after 30 years? I'm probably locked into a mortgage that's paid off by
Right,
now, right?
right.
So like, is there gonna be a process to track people for availability that the county might not be able to help get placed so that they could come back?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. The county has a separate HMIS system just for ERF individuals and participants, so they'll know exactly where they are and they'll track them throughout the duration of the program. So even if they go into a shelter and they have that transitional housing in a shelter, they will not be forgotten about or finished with. So once the rooms become available in Executive Inn, those individuals can have the opportunity to go into transitional housing at the motel site. And it's all tracked. It's a requirement of the ERF grant. And that's one of the reasons why we have to work with the county so intimately. So they'll all have the HMIS data at any time.
I would think that a lot of that information will be included in these 90-day
Absolutely.
Reports.
Yeah.
Just maybe this is not for Tasha, but just for us to consider. We had a conversation which felt like forever, but I know it was only a couple weeks ago. Just really interested in where's this ad hoc committee that the mayor wanted to establish to work on homelessness. Where are we in the process for the task force that was recommended that the city manager was gonna create? They're two separate things. They're not the same. I think we established that in the last meeting. Would like an update on that. And then also, I think myself and Councilmember Freitas think that like we're long overdue for a presentation around the point in time count update and like where are we as the city of Antioch related to unhoused residents. How many people do we have living on the streets since the last point in time count? I don't think we've had a presentation to let us know where we are. So that's another one thing that we will hope to be able to come back to help us assess the overall issue that we're dealing with in Antioch. And then I also think it would benefit us as a council to get a full presentation on home key. Like some of us been fighting for home key for what feel like 4.5 years, and we never able to really get those dollars to the city. So I think like a real presentation on home key, what's available now, what's the deadlines, are we missing the mark? Like we might not get those funds and that would be tragic, but it would be good to get a presentation on that as well as whatever information Mayor Pro Tem Rocha and Councilwoman Wilson brought back from the discussions in DC. It would be good to get a presentation on that. I know there was some ideas around CDBG and PLHA funds and how we could leverage those. I think it's a huge conversation around homelessness that we are not having in Antioch, and I feel like we piecemealing it. And I know that's because we have people who have in a high state of need right now, but we need to have a real strategy, not just tasks, because that's the only way we're gonna come out of this. And then you all are having the Delta 6 meetings, so hopefully there's conversations with our neighbors about, you know, what is this larger dialogue we should be having about homelessness in Antioch.
I will say that City Manager Scott and myself have been working on the task force list, so we can definitely bring that back soon to you all as we've been working together on it.
All right, so if there's no other questions or comments, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, could I please get a motion to extend the time on this meeting? All right, we have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. Have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 carries 5-0.
All right, item number 10, Sewer System Management Plan Update 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was continued from the previous meeting. It pertains to the approval of the Sewer System Management Plan Update 2025 as mandated by the State Water Resources Control Board and authorization to certify the approved update using the State Water Resources Control Board electronic reporting system. Director Bunting.
Good evening, Mayor.
Wait, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I was the one, this is on the consent calendar, and I was the one who said, why is it ever on the consent calendar? It should be on the action because of the importance. Part of that was because I had received it the night before and did not have the time to read it. Well, I read it. Now I understand why it was on the consent calendar. And so quite frankly, unless there are questions, or unless a member of the public wants to come, I would move approval.
Okay, we have a motion.
And
for-
I apologize.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Item number 11, approval of an agreement with MS Investigative Services and Consulting LLC for United States Department of Justice required consulting services in an amount not to exceed $250,000 annually with authorization for optional extensions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you stated, this item is to approve the agreement with MS Investigative Services. They are going to serve as the monitor that is required under the DOJ settlement that we've entered into. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Brian Addington.
Good evening doesn't sound quite right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Brian Addington, I'm an executive consultant with the city. And one of the tasks that I was asked to do was to facilitate the selection process for the US DOJ monitor. By way of background, I think as everyone knows, on January 3rd, the city entered into a stipulated settlement agreement, commonly referred to as an MOA or Memorandum of Agreement, with the United States Department of Justice as a result of a pattern or practice investigation that they were conducting relative to use of force and texting scandals that had surfaced. As part of that agreement, the city, along with the United States Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, were to mutually select a monitor to serve as the consultant for a minimum of 3 years, potentially up to 5 years. So we're here tonight to explain the process that we went through and seek authorization to for the city manager to enter into that agreement for 3 years. And if it is deemed that we need to come back for a 4th year or a 5th year, then we would come back to this council. But by way of background, we work very closely with DOJ. We developed an RFP, or request for proposal process, that was publicly posted on the city's website on March 6th of this year. As part of that process, we also advertised to multiple law enforcement and police oversight forums that we were seeking qualified applicants to serve as this consultant/monitor. The deadline is initially March 28th. 2 days prior to that, we had only received, I believe, 2 applications or submittals. So the U.S. Department of Justice actually reached out to us and asked what we thought about potentially extending it another 2 weeks to make sure we had a good number of applicants. We agreed to that, and we did an addendum to the initial RFP to extend the deadline to April 11th in conjunction with agreement with the Department of Justice. Total, and I do apologize, I think it's misprinted as 12 in your staff report. We've received a total of 14 applicants by the deadline from all over the nation. We did receive 1 late proposal that was not accepted, and the party that submitted that was notified that it was not accepted. From there, the city, as well as the U.S. Department of Justice, reviewed all 14 submittals. The U.S. Department of Justice provided the city with their list back of ranking just based on the initial submittals. I'm not going to go through all the top 6, but I will say that the one that was ultimately selected, MS Investigative Services and Consulting LLC, was their second, just based on the initial review. We then coordinated with the top 6 and invited them in to participate in a in-person interview process and ranking. We obviously needed to give some time for travel, so that was scheduled, I believe, for April 22nd. The city had 3 individuals who were sat on the panel that were ranking and scored. That was Chief Vigil, Captain Desmond Bittner, and Assistant City Attorney Kevin Cunninger were the 3 representatives from the city, and the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division had 3 attorneys that were ranking and scoring as well. Once all of them were interviewed, there was a clear top 2, and the city team with DOJ met with the city manager, went over the top 2 applications, and it was agreed upon that MS Investigative Services and Consulting LLC was the top candidate. We then coordinated with a representative from the police department as well as a representative from US DOJ to do the reference checks on that applicant. That was done, and ultimately the city and DOJ did mutually agree that the most qualified applicant for this position was MS Investigative Services and Consulting LLC. The owner and operator of that firm is Manjit Sapal. He is here with us tonight. He has quite a bit of background in law enforcement. He actually started his career with the Pittsburgh Police Department in the mid-90s. I think it was 1997. He went to the Richmond Police Department, worked there for about 18 years, and then was selected to be the police chief in the city of Martinez, where he served for over 6 years. He's also served as the director of public safety for St. Mary's College, and obviously owns his own consulting business as well. So it was a robust process. I do understand there may have been a glitch, I guess, with the submittal through the city clerk's office. We do apologize for that. The standard city professional services agreement should have been attached, and it ended up not making it on the final version of that. So we did email that, I believe, to all the council members, and it is also available in the lobby for anybody to see. It is the city's standard professional services agreement that will ultimately, with your blessing, be negotiated with Mr. Sapal and his company. I do have U.S. Department of Justice. Michael Kehoe is here with us tonight. He was part of that selection process. I would invite him to come up and just maybe comment on it. And then I also have Manjit Sapal, who is here with us tonight. We're willing to have him come up, introduce himself, and then obviously entertain any questions. So with that, I would ask Mr. Kehoe to come up.
Good evening, everyone. Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Kehoe. I am here on behalf of the United States Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District of California. I won't add a lot of comment. I think that Chief Addington has accurately described the process. I will just say that the settlement agreement calls for a mutual agreement between the city and the Department of Justice to select the consultant, and certainly it's the United States' opinion that Mr. Sapal and his firm are an excellent choice. So we are one half of that agreement, and I believe Mr. Addington has given the information for you all to make a decision as to the other half. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members, city leadership. My name is Manjit Sapal. I'm the founder and principal for MS Investigative Services and Consulting. I bring about 25 years of policing experience from this county, and that's with 3 agencies, as Chief Addington, or Consultant Addington mentioned. That's with the Pittsburgh Police Department, the Richmond Police Department, and the Martinez Police Department. And really, I'm excited to be here. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to collaborate with the community, with the Antioch Police Oversight Commission, and with the police department to really sustain change to benefit the community. I think this is amazing because it's here in Contra Costa County where I've spent my entire career as a police officer and an executive. And I think this is going to be a wonderful opportunity to display what a police department can do when they collaborate with the community. And we're going to meet these guidelines step by step. We're going to flesh them out. We're going to meet with the community. We're going to come to some agreement on how we're going to measure metrics, and then we're going to move forward.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, do you have experience monitoring settlement agreements, consent decrees, and things of that sort? I mean, we don't have any of your background information, which, in my opinion, should have been attached, nor do we have a scope of work that should have been attached. And so, have you ever monitored other police departments and DOJ settlement agreements?
Not specifically for a settlement agreement, but throughout the course of my career, a lot of what I've done as an executive has been providing oversight and technical assistance. So for example, at the Richmond Police Department, I was the chair of the Use of Force Committee. We reviewed every use of force, developed policy and impacted training to ensure that we were decreasing the uses of force. Now I'm providing technical assistance to the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. A big piece of that is providing oversight for their entire process, whether it relates to policy implementation, uses of force analysis, how they investigate complaints, ensuring that they're providing services that are bias-free. And so while I haven't specifically focused on a DOJ settlement agreement, much of the work that I have done over the course of my career has been focused on evaluating and changing, implementing, and providing training to the organization in order to ensure that it's policing in the best possible way that they can.
Have you worked directly with the Department of Justice on police matters?
No, not for the purposes of a settlement agreement. No.
Okay.
I have a question, but I want to wait for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, I do have one speaker card from Lynette Hart.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Because of my vast connections to the law enforcement community, I was just notified that a firm titled 21st Century Policing submitted their proposal to conduct the U.S. DOJ work. One of the partners is none other than Mr. Ron Davis. He was a top cop of the nation. He worked for President Barack Obama for 8 years and most recently worked for President Biden as head of the U.S. Marshals. In his role at the White House, he was the executive director of President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. His office created the 6 pillars of 21st century policing, which is a policing practice used in every police department in the United States. Ron Davis grew up here in the East Bay, worked 28 years in local Bay Area law enforcement. The person that they selected for our contract purposes is Miss Emily Gunson. She was selected from the firm to be the lead. She is a police practices expert, civil rights lawyer with more than 2 decades of police reform, public policy, management experience, including drafting and negotiating police reform agreements for the U.S. DOJ and working with police departments to implement reforms. She served as Deputy Chief in the Special Litigation Section of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice, leading the group conducting pattern of practice investigations of police departments and developing, negotiating, and enforcing reform agreements. She has worked collaboratively with communities and police agencies nationwide on implementing reforms, improving police practices, and supporting relationships with law enforcement agencies and the communities they serve. She is deeply familiar with Contra Costa County, having begun her career here as a public defender. Quite frankly, police agencies across the country would know the city of Antioch really wants change by bringing in a firm such as 21st Century Policing and their excellent law enforcement consultants to help our public safety thrive. This firm is chock full of some of the best law enforcement consultants in the country. This firm did not get an interview, nor were they acknowledged that their proposal was received. On 3/27, they sent it. And another police chief contacted me today who also was a consultant with US DOJ. He also did not get an interview as well, and he submitted his credentials on time. I strongly ask that you table this item and ask more questions. If a firm such as 21st Century was not part of the process, who else was left off to make sure the selected consultant would move forward? Lastly, I encourage my city council and mayor to dig deeper into the facts of this RFP issue. So I leave you with this. How did this consultant get selected? Who selected this consultant? Why did this consultant get selected? And who benefits from this selection? Most certainly not me and my residents. Where is this consultant's body of work in comparison to what I just read? Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No other public comment.
Okay, questions from council? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When the list of 6 applicants were received, did DOJ pick those the 6 that were to be interviewed, or did the city have some collaboration with that decision?
So again, we received 14 applications. We both started looking at them. DOJ sent us the list first, and they ranked them 1 through 14, and the city looked at that compared to what they were, what our rankings were, and we said we agree with your top 6. I will say that there was no firm titled 21st Century Policing that submitted, that we received a bid for. We did hear, I take that back, Thursday, I believe, from another firm, law enforcement tactical consultants based out of Texas. They claimed that they had submitted a proposal that we did not receive. So we asked them, send us that, the email that you sent to the city. They sent us that email. They sent it to the Chief Vigil. He did not receive it. He was notified that it was quarantined, if you will, in the city's cybersecurity system, which is called Barracuda. And so we went to our IT director and we said, hey, look, things that are quarantined in this, can we get access to those? Because we didn't want to have missed anything. Anything that is quarantined, if it is not moved into your in folder, is eliminated after 30 days. So I cannot go back and see if any other ones were caught in that system. I would defer to the city attorney's office, but we did run this issue by the city attorney's office. Obviously, the city doesn't have a legal obligation to change its cybersecurity to prevent itself from attacks. In talking to our IS director personally, there are many algorithms that these cybersecurity systems look at that catch emails and flag them and don't let them come through. But I'm very comfortable in saying that we never received in our email box a submittal from 21st Century Policing.
Okay, and then, and you may not be able to answer this since you weren't a part of the interview, but was there an issue with anybody to the extent that Mr. Sapal had not done this type of work before, specifically with DOJ or with this type of a settlement?
There was discussion relative to that by both the city and by DOJ. That was definitely a factor. There were 5 factors, and I'd be happy to go over them with you that each one of the applicants were scored on. Overall experience, the organization of their proposal, understanding of the scope of the proposal and its challenges, familiarity with the applicable standards and procedures, and availability were the characteristics that each one of the 6 were ranked on. And again, it was three individual rankings from the city, and then 3 scores from US DOJ. Those were all combined, and Mr. Sapal was the #1 scoring candidate.
Okay, thank you.
The only other thing I would add is, per the agreement, we did have 90 days to do this. We are, as of today, I think 40 days past schedule, but there have been some unique issues in that. One, we extended the RFP time by 2 weeks in agreement with DOJ. And then obviously the final round of interviews were April 22nd, and this is the first meeting. I believe the last council meeting was on April 22nd. So while we may have been able to call a special meeting to try and get this through in consultation with DOJ, it was understood that it would come to this meeting for this body's review and seeking authorization to sign the agreement.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hannigan.
Yes, sir.
One of the criteria was overall experience.
Yes.
And why I'm having a struggle here, it's overall experience in the police department or overall experience in being able to monitor, consent decrees or settlements? I don't.
Yeah.
It would seem to me, if we're going to hire a monitor, that we have individuals who monitored.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate to break it down as simple as that, but in my mind, that's what it comes down to. And so I'm a little concerned when with all due respect, the recommendation is to choose someone who has never monitored. I don't get it.
Yep. I was not a scoring member. I can tell you that 3 attorneys from the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, one of whom is here today, was a scoring member of it, and I named the 3 individuals with the police department that also rated. I'd be happy to pull up the rating sheets and let you know what the ratings were for each one.
I'm trying to understand. Can you come up and explain? Because I don't get it. I mean, and you have to understand, I have 30 years of HR experience, and so I really don't get this.
Sure. So I'll answer the question as best I can, because of course I represent the United States and not the city of Antioch. So
yeah, no,
I'm not here to advise you, but I will just say that DOJ's interpretation of the criteria was experience with policing in this community, because it's not a monitor that is being appointed here, it's a consultant. I think that's, at least in DOJ's opinion, is an important distinction. A monitor is someone who has the role of overseeing a police department as part of a consent decree, usually appointed by a court. Here we're looking for someone with the knowledge of police practices in this community and in the state of California who can provide that advice. And I think that, I'll just say, for the Department of Justice was an important criteria that Mr. Sapal has, as well as his location here in this community, as opposed to consultants who came from other states, certainly from other time zones, who could not be here in Antioch engaging with the community or engaging with the police department to the same level. And I think those are considerations that the Department of Justice had when they believed that this was the top candidate of those who are here. And of course, the city has its own considerations that you all are considering. But I think that's about as good of an answer as I can provide to your question.
All right, thank you.
I don't know what to say. I'm assuming we have to. What happens if we don't move forward tonight? I guess is the question.
That's a great question.
So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's going to move forward or not, but I mean, inquiring minds are like, I mean, what if we say no to this tonight? What happens?
Yeah, I mean, we would go back to DOJ, and we would, obviously they're here, they would see what had happened. I guess we would regroup. If you say no, I would hope that you at least give some some reasoning for that, or something that you would want to see out of it. I do think we set up the process while you didn't have the scope of services from the professional services agreement. It was listed in the MOA very clearly what the scope of services was for the monitor that was there. We do anticipate that will be the exact same scope of services that will be in the professional services agreement.
But the revision was that initially the language was monitor, and then it changed to consultant.
The language is stayed. I will say
language was always
I probably
consultant.
use those terms interchangeably,
Okay.
but the MOA, the terms used in the MOA are the official terms, and I believe it does use consultant.
Yeah. Well, I page 18, item number 4, it says monitoring.
In other areas, it says consultant, I know, so, yeah.
It's must be. I guess I don't know what direction we're going in. I know we want to be in compliance. We're 40 days.
As of right now, we're 40 days out, yeah.
Out of 40 days from the 90, like we're past the deadline, with some
Correct.
concessions that were already made.
Correct.
And there are applicants who feel like they fell through the cracks, and there are questions around qualifications to do oversight, and not having any experience at that level. But I guess my question for Mr. Sapal is it? Were you around during the dark days of Richmond Police Department?
I was. In fact, I had the opportunity to work for Chief Chris Magnus when I was there, and I was on his executive management team for a number of years. And that was the sort of the tipping point where we really focused on building community trust and implementing policies and modifying training, really focusing on promoting and rewarding the employees that were doing all the things they were supposed to be doing to ensure they were not policing with bias, that they were using force in an appropriate and accountable way, and that we were taking feedback from the community and prioritizing their needs. So over that course of that time, really, it helped shape where the police department is today. So I do understand the concern about not having been a monitor or working in that specific position, but I will say this. Over the last 25 years, I've had the opportunity to work with various communities and work with departments that have significant deficits in certain areas. And I got to experience this tremendous change at the Richmond Police Department that took a city that was suffering from violent crime, that had very low confidence in the police department from the community, and we were able to turn that tide. And it was a team effort, but it's about what you do every single day. It's about how you train your employees, the messaging you give, and a huge part of this is being able to relate to the community. I grew up in Richmond from the time that I migrated to this country. I went to elementary school and middle school and high school there, and that's why I went back to police in that community, because that makes me who I am today. So the ability to work with the community and neighborhoods to really identify what it is they need and want out of a police department, and then doing an assessment of the organization itself to see what we're lacking, and ensuring that as we move forward, that community concern, that need is addressed and identified. And so, I don't view this as oversight from the standpoint of just making sure we check the box. We really need to move the needle and push this community forward. That's got to be a collaborative effort, and that's something that I have been able to do over the last 2.5 decades extremely well.
Thank you. Why do they call you the Hammer?
Because I hold people accountable. I believe in being fair. I believe in being transparent. But ultimately, I think it's a privilege to wear the badge and to serve your community, and I think you are held to a higher standard. And they used to call me the Hammer because I hold folks accountable. But you have to understand, it always came from a place of love. It was never done with malice. It was never done with hate. It was done to help employees get better. And at the end of the day, if the community does not believe that we're doing all the right things to have the right people in place and not hold them accountable, then really this is for nothing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I please get a motion to extend our meeting past 11:30?
11:40.
So what is our motion? Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Oh, sorry about that. I'll make a motion to extend our meeting to 11:40, no later.
11:40, okay. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll second
Please
that.
cast your votes. All right.
Motion to extend the meeting to 11:40
Yeah,
carries 5-0.
I know we want to get out of here, but this is probably our most important item we're talking about tonight of all the important things we talked about. So just want to make sure we give it the time.
Yeah, it's like we're always with time frames and big decisions. Having been in HR as a principal for a long time, and having to have clearly defined deadlines for application submittals and reference checks and doing all the things you have to do. There have been times when I was accused as a principal of not interviewing someone that they felt should have been interviewed, and I don't know why they weren't in the process. I don't know how we missed that or whatever. So I hear the concerns from the community about there might be better candidates, better suited for this particular agreement. But based on what's been presented and how it was presented, the DOJ was at the table, APD was at the table, there was a process that was clearly laid out. The 6 top firms were identified and narrowed down to 2, and this is the one that was decided to go forward with. So I trust the people that were at the table, and what I was told when we were in Washington, D.C., is we were getting close to an agreement to proceed forward with this very important agreement that has timelines and commitments to be able to move our city forward. I just think that we have to trust, I have to trust that the people that we have representing us in the city of Antioch, from the chief to the people that sat with him at the table to our city manager, along with the partnership of the DOJ, I'm going to support it because I think that that's the best we can do at this time. We can't turn the clock back and start over again and go through an interview process with people who may have missed the mark or the deadline. I just don't see, I mean, I'm speaking now, okay? Okay, I'm just speaking now. I'm just saying that the process was clearly defined. Applicants had a way to go through. There was a process. If they didn't get a response, that why isn't it in? It was extended. I don't know why that didn't happen, but all I can say is that the people, the firms that submitted on time, that were reviewed, were interviewed, had reference checks done, and if the DOJ represents the country has come forward and said, we sign off on this particular firm to work with your city if you are in agreement, I think we need to make a decision, and I'm in favor of making an agreement. That's just one individual speaking, that's how I feel.
All right. Any more discussion on this? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve, to move forward with the approval of the, I'm trying to look for the name here. Is it MS Investigative Services and Consulting, LLC, for United States Department of Justice, US DOJ, required consulting services in an amount not to exceed $250,000 annually with authorization for optional extensions. Do I need to read the bullet points?
You could reference them, just say that the city,
It is recommended that the City Council adopt the resolution, bullet 1, approving a professional service agreement with MS Investigative Services, as I just stated, to serve as the consultant pursuant to the agreement with the United States Department of Justice in the amount not to exceed $250,000 annually, a term of 3 years. The second bullet, authorizing the city manager to execute the professional services agreement in a form approved by the city attorney. And bullet 3, should the US DOJ require services beyond the initial 3-year term, direct the city manager to return to the city council to seek authorization and approval of an amendment to the professional services agreement to provide for a 4th and or 5th year at an annual amount not to exceed $250,000.
all right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I have a couple questions for Chief.
Okay. So we have a second. Questions?
Second, so Chief, and I know you said it before, I just wanted to hear it again. So with the application process, you talked about, I don't know what happened. The applications you did receive on time, and you did not receive the one that was mentioned earlier.
We did not.
Your hand go
Nobody
down.
has contacted me or, to my knowledge, the city manager prior to today of learning of this. We did learn of another applicant that did contact the city late last week, and that's when we found out about the it being captured in the Barracuda system, like I mentioned. But I have had no contact or conversation with anyone from 21st Century Policing and have not seen a proposal from them. I would be very interested in having that sent to me. I'd be more than happy to contact the company and make sure they had the right email address and that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I cannot, anything that was caught in Barracuda, it's over 30 days and it doesn't exist there, so.
And then I just want to clarify the whole consultant versus monitor. I think you said you were using them interchangeably, but.
I use the terms interchangeably, I apologize. And it may have a monitor in the agreement. It also refers to as a consultant. You obviously heard US DOJ representative give their interpretation of the title of the person as a consultant. So I use consultant and monitor interchangeably.
All right, so we have a motion, a second?
Point of order.
Yes.
Mr. Cole, we don't really have an agreement before us. We have a form. There's not a scope of work. There's not, you know, we are going to pay $250,000. I mean, do we pay it all in one lump sum? Is it paid quarterly, hourly? None of that information is there. Who is the assigned staff? None of that information's there. So the motion is to approve a contract that we don't have.
Correct, but that's our process. That's not unlike so many other contracts we approve. That is our process. We are a large city. We have a high volume of contracts that go through us, and this would be a standard agreement that would then go through my office. So when I look at the resolution, when I look at what is called out as the items you're taking action on, that's not unlike so many of the other contracts we have. So I'm comfortable that you would be giving us the authority to move forward, and then my office will review the draft agreement, which would be on very likely a standard form that we use.
And what happens, this is a 3-year contract with 2-year extension. What happens if we're not happy with the monitor after 1 year?
Our standard agreement has an out.
Which is?
There's a way for the city to give notice and get out of the contract. Usually with, I think it's 30 days. I don't have the agreement in front of me. Well, we have a standard agreement. I believe it's 30 days, but you know, we have a standard professional service agreement which was provided after the fact. It's a template agreement. This was provided to the bidders, and we do have an out clause. I believe that is section 8.
8.1 is the termination clause.
8.1.
Yes,
So
sir.
city may cancel this agreement any time without cause upon written notice to the consultant. And then the consultant can cancel with 30 days. So those are our standard provisions. Now, if we were to cancel an agreement, we'd have to look at compliance with our MOA. So it's, yeah, but I don't think, and I know I'm not asking our DOJ representative to speak tonight because I think it would be unfair, but if we get into a situation where we have a deficient contractor, and I'm not suggesting I'm just putting this out as a hypothetical, I think we would have the right to take action, including but not limited to letting one person go and getting a new person. And then I think we would have to work with DOJ. I would hope, and again, I'm not asking our DOJ representative to be put on the spot, but if the DOJ sees and agrees with us that the contractor is not performing, I would assume the DOJ would want us to take action and get a acceptable contractor and would support our action in terminating the contract and getting someone else on board. That's speculation, but I think when I look at the MOA and what its spirit is and what it's seeking to accomplish, that to me would be a reasonable interpretation for both sides to have.
Okay, so looking at the consultant services agreement, 1.1 term of service, it says term of the agreement shall begin on the effective date and shall be on, whatever the date of completion, as specified in Exhibit A. So I go to Exhibit A, and Exhibit A is blank.
Correct.
And so you're telling me that if we approve this, then you will fill out Exhibit A?
Exhibit A is typically the scope of work, and that's what's provided by the contractor.
Okay, but I mean,
Or-
we haven't seen the scope of work. All we have is a form, and we have the settlement agreement. Scope of work is a little different than any of those.
Well, the
So
scope of.
that's why I'm asking
yeah.
how, because as the mayor said, this is one of the most critical agreements that we have.
Is the scope of work defined by the settlement agreement?
It's defined by the
Is it
settlement
somewhere in
agreement.
the
So,
settlement
yeah, so
what
it,
section?
yes, I mean, the scope of work does, I mean, a lot of times it's a proposal we get and we attach it as the scope of, because it's a lot, we have our city engineer here, a lot of it's engineering based. This is obviously a unique situation and it's police based, so we would call out in our Exhibit A that I would work on the drafting of the language from the MOA, and that they would carry out the services in the MOA. So as I sit here, I don't think the scope of work definition that would go into Exhibit A would be difficult. I think it would be clearly defined by what is in the MOA, which is very specific. And I think we would just define the scope of work to be what is required under the MOA.
I would add that page 4 of the MOA lists the 9 items of scope of work that would be required of the consultant.
So it would be page 4 all the way through.
9 items.
Page 4, you see it says item 1, 2, 3, it'd be items 1 through 9 is the defined scope of work that was agreed upon between the city and the Department of Justice.
Now, Ian, still, how do you, it's $250,000 a year. Do we write one check, or how does it,
That's it. That's in, again, and some of this is going to be negotiable when the city negotiates for this contract. Generally speaking, with the contract, it's billed monthly. This is not a $250,000. It's up to $250,000. I believe the hourly rate is $210 an hour. And if the consultant works 1,190 hours, then it would meet that full 250. If they only work 1,180, then it wouldn't quite be 250, but it would be an hourly. Some submittals are flat rate, others are hourly rate, but there is a not to exceed $250,000 a year clause that is built into the contract.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to cast our votes? All right, please cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. Public comments. Do we have any public comments? Oh, can I get a motion to move this meeting till 12 o'clock, please, so we can finish it up and not have to do this again?
I'll make a motion to move this meeting to end at 12 midnight.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second the motion to continue the meeting until midnight, dark 30.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Also, Ms. Hart, this is on non-agendized items.
Oh, but I'm not talking about no.
Okay, yeah.
Have a speech. So, as a person who's lived in this community since 1992, I care so much about this community. Financially, I can live anywhere I want. I choose to live here. I care about what happens here. So me coming up here tonight is because of that. And anytime you see me, when I had a migraine, and that's why I came in much later, because I was not feeling good, but I felt it was important enough to come and speak a piece. Because a lot of our community, we need this DOJ agreement to work. We need it to work because this police department has hurt some folk. We have to do this right. All of you are charged with asking the right questions. All of you are charged with leading this community with integrity and asking questions when you don't know the answers. And then sitting back and going, okay, now I get it. And that's what I do with myself. When the information was brought to me, I came and I asked questions. I gave the information. That's all I could do. You are the decision makers, and we hold you all accountable for how this community is ran. $250,000 is not chump change to any of us, especially all of us who pay taxes here in this community. And I just want you all to know I respect you, I appreciate what you do, but I absolutely need you all to do your jobs and make sure that everybody's protected here in the right way they're supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Andrew Becker.
Thank you. Home Key Plus was announced at a state level on September 19th of 2024. And that was, if we all remember, about the time that that the past council was discussing the delay and the missed opportunity with Home Key Round 3 and Round 2 and Round 1. Encampment resolution funding was announced October 4th publicly. I'm sure the city received notice of their award earlier. It's frustrating because we heard a lot tonight about invested stakeholders in our community and consultants and the pay that the city is willing to pay them. The city hasn't paid me anything. If they had put out an RFP, I would have responded. The Comfort Inn owner has paid. What's funny is that through this conversation with Home Key about is it a possibility, is it not a possibility, the only one that anteed up and actually took money out of their pocket was the owner of the Comfort Inn. Over $10,000 in consulting fees, studies, appraisals, architectural plans for an opportunity that we're 17 days away from missing. And to your point, Councilmember Freitas, why do we keep missing these deadlines? I know why. Because nobody wants to put in the time. Because people got 30 minutes on Microsoft Teams 2.5 weeks from now. If you all really cared about $30 million that the state of California had to give you, you would have been here. Some of you showed up, and I appreciate you. Some of you try really hard, and I appreciate you. I've been working this every day. I take over 30 phone calls a day on this Home Key project that I'm not getting paid for this city. I'm here at midnight and you give me 3 minutes. I'll give you my 5 seconds back because I'm done.
Any other public comment?
No other public comment.
All right, staff communications,
No additional staff communications.
council communications and future agenda items.
Yeah, can we have a agenda item on potential historical sites in the city? And how we protect them?
All right, any other,
One that I'm not
you
sure
turn your
what
microphone on, please.
I'm not sure what our policy is regarding virtual participation in meetings, but for example, our city manager not being here tonight because of a medical situation. I've been going through some family challenges and with my father-in-law being hospitalized, and so I've missed a couple of closed session meetings. So my question would be, what is our policy regarding permitting or allowing or us to participate virtually? Because I understand other cities around us have that as an option, and I just don't know. I understand that after 2020 there probably was some language and there was some about wanting people back into the building personally, getting people back to work physically. So I don't know the ordinance. I'd like to know more about it because it seems like in a family emergency type of situation, it takes away the opportunity for us to be able to participate. I see you smirking, so there must have been some language or discussion about this that I'm unaware of. But I just thought I'd like to know more about it. I don't know what our options are, why we don't have that option. Because me personally, there may be, I'm blessed that my parents, my father is 90, my father-in-law is going to be 92. Both of my mothers, I call them my mothers, are 86. And things happen. And so sometimes I'm not able to be here for medical reasons. I know that some of us will have issues like that, and I just didn't know what our options are and what the policy currently is.
And that can probably just be emailed out to everybody, correct? I mean, it doesn't have to be an agenda item.
There's an established resolution that establishes what the council's current policy is, and that I can share that with you.
Sure.
You share that with all of us, please.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Is basically the resolution say the public can't Zoom in, we also can't Zoom in, no commissions, nobody can Zoom in to the meetings or participate at all over Zoom.
Is that unique to Antioch?
It is.
So I apologize. I know if we really are starting to talk about a policy right now.
Yeah, so I'm just,
We can
I'm
change it
letting
if
you
you
know
want us.
that
Send me the
the
language so I can
community,
look at
the
it.
community has been saying it, so I'm gonna say it again. Bring back Zoom. Bring back Zoom. The community been asking to bring back Zoom, so we need to have a discussion on bringing Zoom back so the elderly, folks with disabilities, and folks who can't make it can attend these meetings. Also, I don't think we understand the urgency that, like, Andrew has been banging the drums for long as I've been here, and we finna miss another deadline for home key. We having all of these special meetings about the budget. We need to have a special meeting to talk about home key, a serious meeting about how we are not going to miss out on that $30 million. We've already missed out on enough. If we could have special meetings about the budget, which is urgent, this is also a budget issue. Do we want long-term sustainable solutions to homelessness in Antioch? A part of that requires money, and we can't keep passing it up, not at the state or the federal level. Special meeting, please, for home key. Justice for Luigi. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Anybody else? All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Please catch your votes.
Motion to adjourn at 11:53 p.m. carries 5-0.